So, before we get going, I want to go ahead and yet again call something out, especially because I think this will be on my VOD. I did put together a sign-up form and a mod list for anyone who wants to have a civilization in Stellaris. We're going to be up on that, I think, pretty quick here. I'd say we've got probably maybe 4 or 5 sessions of Victoria 3, depending on how long it goes here. And then we'll probably have another 3 to 4 sessions of Hoi 4. And then we're going to be in Stellaris. Stellaris will actually be pretty long for 2 reasons. 1, Stellaris is naturally very long if you take it towards the end, which we're going to. And number 2, I want to actually play out a bit of the late game stuff going on. I've got some really cool plans for Stellaris. And as such, in order to give y'all a way to kind of be involved, because I do want to make these campaigns a bit more interactive, the grand campaign at least, I put together this. And the music down a bit. Too dramatic here. For anyone who'd like to. So the mod pack basically gives you all the mods I'll be using for Stellaris, the mega campaign, including new origins, traits, things like that. If you would like to make a civilization of your own in Stellaris, you know, do some backstory, write up a civilization, and see it played out in the campaign, or not played out, but rather see it in the Stellaris part of the campaign, you can do so there. You gotta follow Joe Blogs. So it's pretty simple, basically. Just, you know, load the mod pack, go in there, set the traits that you want, the government you want, appearance, all that kind of stuff, flag if you want, and then send me a screenshot of all that stuff in the forum, and then just write a backstory as much as you'd like. If you do that and there's a bit of effort put in, I'll be basically spawning it with the other, any other empires like that when we go to Stellaris, so you'll get to see them in the game. And I also, without going too much into detail to kind of give away what I'm going to do, I'm going to be doing Stellaris' portion of the mega campaign very different in terms of video style. It's basically a test for the next grand campaign I'm going to do in single player. I kind of want to radically change how I do roleplay videos. Someone mentioned to me a while back that they thought that the manner in which I do them is kind of boring, because they're kind of the same over and over again with the gameplay and stuff, which after going back and looking at some of them, I kind of agree with. So it's a lot more work, but what my plan is to do is basically to almost entirely remove basically gameplay, right? So like in all the videos, there'll be none of like me talking about what we're doing and doing it, right? I'm going to do it rather in more of a narrative format. So I'll be doing basically narration for all episodes. And I bought Voice Changer a year ago, and I'm going to be recording and like basically doing dialogue for leaders in Stellaris, for humans, and then for other leaders with a Voice Changer. That means that episodes for Stellaris will come out very slowly. In fact, I may just like make a bunch of them and release them in batches, but normally I tend to get those out every week. For these, it'll take longer. It'll be a lot of editing and a lot of work. So that's my plan. What that means, though, for anyone interested, is if you put your civilization into it and you put the work into it, 2 things. 1, you're going to be getting a 3-minute intro when we meet you. So I'll be doing like background intros for whenever we meet the alien species, and I'll probably be doing voiceovers for some of your leaders. So just a little note on that. If you're interested, that's the form I just linked. Up to you though, not required, of course. Where did the music go? Bugged out. Beautiful. Love you, YouTube. I don't know how it will go. I don't know if I'll be able to pull it off, but it's been something I've been thinking about doing for quite a while now, and I think we'll just end up being better. So see how it goes. All right. How much did Voice Changer cost? It wasn't too much. I think I bought like it permanently for, I want to say $40-50 or something like that. It's a really cool piece of software. It allows you to like completely change up your voice. They've got a bunch of pre-made ones for all sorts of interesting kind of very sci-fi sounds, robot sounds, you know, just like very different human sounds and stuff. So it's got some really good options. So yeah, that's the plan. I will start to run that in Stellaris. I may do a little bit of that to test it in Hoi 4 as well, but we'll see. So, all right, back to the game. Where we left off last time was in and you've never heard this before in the Grand Campaign, a very rough position. We are currently under the rule of Napoleon II, the son and heir of Napoleon I, the great Napoleon who conquered Italy, destroyed Spain, but who died after having his troops surrounded in the Battle of Cairo. His son is not the man his father was, like many monarchs and many leaders. Napoleon II is not a good ruler, or even a very capable man. He's a good diplomat, and he's undergone a renaissance of foreign policy for Sardinia. We've made many allies that would not have been possible without his skills. We've made many changes into other countries' opinions of us with his power. But in terms of anything that's not foreign policy, he's been a wreck. He's a very corrupt man. He's siphoned funds from our government, and everyone knows it. Our economy was in complete free fall and is still in a very rough position. And overall, the state of Sardinia has been one of decline for really the last 10 years since the death of Napoleon I. Now, we have clawed our way back to some manner of competence here. The economy is doing quite well. The reason we're losing so much right now is we're currently constructing a full-blown admiralty, a series of massive buildings, and a whole area of the capital for the admiralty to function, after which we'll probably be back in a surplus. The economy is not great, but we have paid off a large amount of our debt. We were up to 3 million, and we are now down to 2. And we have rebuilt part of the army, though it is still very much in shambles. We are one of the major powers in Europe yet again, but not a great one by any means. Our foreign policy has resulted in a number of dramatic changes. Specifically, we now have defensive alliances of Cuba, which has reconciled and joined our custom union at the end of last session. After 300 years of separation, they were once our colony we founded, but we lost them to the pirates when they took power long ago, and they've rejoined the fold once more under the astute diplomacy of King Napoleon II. We have built a defensive agreement also with Ferrara in the north of Italy as a buffer zone to the north, with Somalia in Eastern Africa, who actually originally approached us, as well as with the Mewar, one of the very powerful princedoms in India, giving us a leg into diplomacy in the region as well as a strong ally in what is now modern-day Jaipur and then the Bengal region, modern-day Bangladesh. Besides that, we have rivalries with the Bosnians, with Byzantium, with Castalla, with Lithuania, and with the Netherlands, all of which are very hostile to us. And we have trade agreements also with the Shagatai in the east, of which we export many of their cheap goods to Europe, and the Americans, which of course are a theocratic monarchy, an absolute empire, underneath Emperor Pepin de Ficomont, I think the second. I think his grandfather was named Pepin too. So that is the current state of our politics and the state of our country. One of decline, one of despair, but we are stable. And that's what matters. In terms of our government, who's in power, we currently have the aristocrats in charge, as well as the conservatives backing up Napoleon II, who are very loyal to him as they share many policies, and very hostile to us are, of course, the radical liberals and illiberals, who view our very tyrannical monarchy and autocratic government as a far cry from the revolution that Napoleon I originally came to power in. So, with that, we will get underway. Until the Admiralty is built, we're going to be in a bit of a rough economic shape here, but that's fine. This is a very needed step in order to rebuild the quality of our Admiralty and our Navy that once existed and was lost during the post-Napoleonic period. The one king, he's still around. Yeah, Giassima. Hold on. Fuck you, audio. Pick a level. Yeah, Giassima, the 36th. There were 36 of him apparently in EU4, and I guess probably CK2, or CK3 rather. For now, we're working on developing the second opera house in Sardinia, which has become a cultural hub, as well as railways across many of the urban areas of our nation. We're also trying to pass dedicated police force, as we have had some issues with dissent. Nothing nearly as bad as the old days in the Civil War, but still definitely something to keep an eye on. Good. See what we need. If we can get any more trade routes, we're gonna need a lot more glass very soon. I think we made a building for glass, so we need to provide some sort of actual use for it. So in Sassari, in the capital, let's go ahead and upgrade all our markets. There you are. Go to market squares, make some demand for glass. Export more sugar to the British and the French. Export instruments to the Bavarians. Bavaria, yes, they are still very much communist. They're an early version of it, certainly, but yes. And we'll export paper to them too. We're gonna make a killing off that. We do have to be careful. We are well over our bureaucracy until that admiralty is built, so we're really just waiting at the moment. So our request. Gotta be in theme though. What do we got? No. No. Gotta be in theme. I guess it's technically in theme. All right, I'll play it. We'll do one Hamilton song today. That's the limit. I assume this is about the whole old House Torres, right? Just gonna take a wild guess as to why this is being played. For all the House Torres fans still out there. Some naval officers are worried that the new admiralty will reduce their autonomy and the control they have over their own units. Too bad. Why not? No reason. No? Okay. Yeah, there's a lot of radicals. You'll be back. Soon you'll see. You remember you belong to me. Alright, so at present the government is more or less just plodding along. We're working on some basic industry while the king eats, dines, drinks, and spends his way through a small fortune of our expenditures here. Diplomatically, we're still just working generally on trying to rebuild some relations in Europe. We're trying to reduce the hatred the Byzantines had for us because they're very dangerous right now. And trying to obviously reinforce some relations with a few others. We have good opinions with the Geezerites actually. Oh, let me turn that down. There we go. No, can't even get a trade agreement with them. That's unfortunate. Hamilton's great. Yes, it is. You hate Byzantine Karelia? There's not much to like about it, to be fair. They have their cold water port that every country needs, I guess. I assume it was just to basically, roleplay wise, it would have been to stop the Chagatai from just completely like invading Scandinavia. Not that they can really do much against this absolute monster. Not our problem though. We have very good relations with them and a trade agreement, so that's Eastern Europe's problem. Look at that fucking beard. I'd really like to get good relations with Ukraine again, as they are again modern Ruthenia, who we once allied with long ago. Almost done. Reminder, I am using a mod for Navy that actually has a whole professionalism system, since we couldn't use Babylon Roleplay, and I couldn't use my changes. It requires us basically to constantly do things to keep its professionality up, and you have to build an admiralty, which is very expensive. But we'll have it before most others, and it will give us a big advantage. I'm going to reduce government wages again. We need to be a little careful of our budget here, not going to lie. And I'll raise taxes again till the admiralty is finished. Beautiful. Admiralty was completed. Wonderful. I think it's a building, if I remember correctly. There. Is it a building? Guess not. Work on increasing our professionalism in our Navy. And we're going to go ahead and start a training program. It's expensive, but we can afford it. These high taxes will get us to run a surplus and start to pay off part of the debt, but our taxes are very high. We need to be careful right now. Napoleon II has received an ambassador from a Bavarian delegation with a very unexpected letter addressed from President Stefan Edel, wishing to enter into a defensive agreement with us. I mean, despite being very radical, they do have conservatives in their government. They are more conservatives, but they're still so radical. I mean, they're working on universal suffrage right now. We can't work with such radicals. It's not going to happen. They're of good use to us as a trading partner, but we can't be seen to working with them. It would put a screw in all the other diplomacy we've been doing underneath Napoleon II, so no. Unfortunately not. At least they're not hostile to us. That's good. We can make a trade agreement with them, and that we will do. We've been trading with all sorts of undesirables for hundreds of years. They're no different. They're just a little bit more radical. Their laws are wild. Presidential republic, census suffrage, cultural exclusion, state atheism, per capita taxation, collectivized agriculture, public schools, charity hospitals, women have property rights. They're very left. How are we looking on steel? Good, we're gonna have a bit more, then we just need more iron. So we can import it. Build some in Tuscany as well. So obviously the armed forces and the navy are very interested in a war with the Papal States in order to secure the last of southern Italy, as well as their company in western North Africa. However, until we get the military rebuilt, we can't do that. And before we get the military rebuilt, we need to pay off this debt, which is looking to be pretty difficult for us here. Iron will go a long way, but it won't do everything. What can we do here? Maybe more taxes? Well, we'll institute a clothing tax. And I'm going to reduce the wages of the government even more here. We really got to cut costs, because not only do we have to pay for all these excess costs for construction goods and things like that, we also have to pay for the immense amount of money that the king's taking from the treasury right now. It reminds me of the event in Hoi 4 when, as Romania, you have to deal with the king like taking all your civilian industry. Same concept. They're gonna follow power and creativity. I'm sure a lot of our radicals are coming from his well-known corruption. Oof. I'm doing great. I hope you are doing great as well on this fine Saturday evening. Oh fuck, my AC unit's not strong enough. Have any of y'all been hit by the hot wave lately? I know it's been pretty much everywhere, right? Didn't a couple days ago we recorded like the hottest day in like the last 100 years or something? I know for my state we broke all the records this week, or at least this time of year. Pretty crazy. Recorded history? Yep. Yeah, it's been hot. Lost in the past 120,000 years. Yes. We actually do sweeteners. We have the sugar fort. We'll go ahead and do that. Problem is, groceries are not very valuable to us because people don't have the money to pay for them. We need to lower taxes. All right, I'm gonna do something radical. Then if we get the iron mines done, we should be all right, because that's where most of our costs are coming from. Florida's just heat. True. The heat finally reached here, but it's not that bad locally as last year. That's good. I know it's hotter here than it was last year. Goddamn. Oh, shit. Iron. What else are we missing? Fabric, wood, tools, iron. It's just the iron that's killing us here. As well, the new steel mills we made in particular. Fish to the Americans. Furniture, not worth it. Do we have a munitions plant? I could have sworn we built one. Might just not be enough for us. Oh, I can't employ everyone. Wow, alright. What game does this mega campaign start with? We start in 1066 in CK3 Power and Creativity. If you'd like to get a recap, I have a bunch of episodes on my main YouTube channel, which are really edited. And if you want to do the really long route, you can watch the VODs on the VOD channel. But otherwise, the main points are we started as the Kingdom of Sardinia, or rather, we started as the County of Lagudoro, formed the Kingdom of Sardinia in CK3. We're a colonial empire in EU4, lost everything due to everyone hating us in Europe, and went through almost a game over to basically come out very powerful at the end of EU4, when Napoleon took power from Corsica, and we are now playing his son, who is an absolute incompetent piece of corrupt garbage. That's the main point. Our ruling dynasty didn't die out, but they were ousted in a bunch of civil wars at the end of EU4. Had the entire week off from my workplace, lost power due to melted down underground cables. God damn. I mean, I guess that's a good thing for you, but that's crazy. Melted underground cables. How'd the heat get that far? We are going to need to build another munitions plant too. That's going to cost us a lot if we don't. Is there anywhere that actually Campania we had the people for it? We'll build one there. Do we have workers in Sardinia? Not enough, no. We're going to start to expand out where we're building. One of the issues, we don't have enough educated, qualified workers because we had to put down our education levels to deal with our bureaucracy issues. So, just such an incompetent Sardinia here underneath Napoleon II. And I'm doing my best not to just purely metagame here. Well, so if we get a bunch more iron mines built up, we're going to be in better shape, though. A lot of our money's going away to that right now. The Shagatai are buying a ton of our iron. God damn it. Let's put some tariffs on it then, at least. If they're going to keep the route, we're at least going to make more money off of them. They need the iron so bad they're going to pay for the tariffs. God damn. I was trying to figure out where all our iron's going. The Shagatai are buying all of it, which we really don't want. We don't want to be exporting cheap goods like that. But we have a trade agreement with them and we need it to buy all their cheap goods. Folks, I think we're getting conned by the Shagatai here. I'm going to be honest. Aha! It's not profitable! Oh no. Our industrial minister has signed a special act into place to protect exports away of scarce materials, resulting in Shagatai's traders having to pay enormous costs. God damn it! Does he have a son? No, he's too young. No children yet. Unless I don't think so. Nope, no kids yet. At least those tariffs are making us a fortune. Good. What's up, Hoy 4 player? There is no major plan. This is a roleplay mega campaign, so we're just playing all the way through Stellaris. I kind of play out the leaders and their own goals and ambitions, or the goals of our nation as a whole. For young Napoleon here, the second, It's all about just growing the economy so he can make, like, siphon off more funds to pay for his, you know, we're gonna go with bullshit, to put it politely. And we're working on diplomacy too. So we're trying to rebuild relationships with a lot of countries that have hated us from the past and work on that. So his main goals, Napoleon's main goals, is just diplomacy and corruption, essentially, right? So we're working on developing good relations and growing the economy. This is a very, very stagnant period for us. And I know sometimes I have that desire to just go do something like a war to be more interesting, but if it doesn't make sense, we're not going to do it. At some point, we want to continue our colonial expansion of the Sardinian East India Company, but we don't have the military for it because of our economy. Also, just a reminder, Cuba did join our economic sphere, by the way, which has made them very wealthy. More iron. We're running out of places we can build it, actually. Have to max out there. Work on some more relations improvements. We have no desire to hate the French, but we can't improve relations with them. We'll work on the Castilians. Would we, though? Our father kicked the shit out of them. Napoleon I destroyed Castilla. We'd have a dislike for them. Send an ambassador to Scandinavia. Ambassador to Canada. Ambassadors to Savoy. Ambassador to Georgia as well. We have a very large diplomatic corps. ESSA, why not? They've got the diplomats in so many places right now that we haven't already gotten on great relations with. Make more iron? True. That's really what we got to do right now. Our economy hinges on the iron. Dude, the Chagatai are just buying everything, though. This is bad. Our economy, our GDP is growing, but it's not growing in the right way. Where it's growing by exporting a basic good that doesn't have a lot of value, which is not good in the long term. And I'm not going to metagame it, but we know we would want that for our own production. We're not. But we can't kill our trade agreement with the Chagatai because, like, the goods we get from them are so valuable. Yeah, because tariffs don't apply to trade partners. Okay, let's take a look if this is worthwhile. Look how much we import from them, though, and export to them. Our economy is so dependent on the Chagatai. Look how much stuff we import from them. If we broke our trade agreement, it would bankrupt us. So I guess our only option is to produce so much iron that we can meet the demands of the Chagatai's empire and our own. Oh boy. What's up, NGC? So I guess the only real option at this time are starting colonizing or start expanding the market. We already have colonies, but in order to expand them, we need to expand the military and look at our economy. Our economy is just absolutely horrible right now. I'm going to put in place another... Because all of our production is dependent on iron. We're going to go ahead and start trying to pass protectionism. Currently in our government, there would probably be a pretty big deal between like the traders and like the government, because the government underneath Napoleon II is obviously wanting to have a policy of good relations through diplomacy. So we're trying to develop good relations with countries through trade agreements and things like that, including the one with the Chagatai, as well as export policies that aren't dependent on it. Whereas the traders are losing a fortune trying to manufacture when all their cheap goods are going to Asia right now. So yes, we are kind of going bankrupt at the moment. So we're going to go ahead and try and pass protectionism in order to protect some of our imports here, or exports, I should say. We're going to have to raise taxes. Sin taxes? We broke from the church a long time ago. That road is not drivable. Defensive pact with the Brazilians? Yes. We should have already had one. I'm not sure why we didn't from the save translation. We were very close allies with them in EU4. They broke away from the Byzantines. And before that, much of the area of modern-day Brazil was actually our colony. Our colony stretched through all of modern eastern Brazil and eastern Taquari Brazil. We had a colony here, but we lost it in the wars of imperialism wars. There we go. Oh, that's brutal. Do we have an excess of transportation? No, we don't. We don't have enough wood either. Can we import any? No. How's it going, Svenska? What's up? You want a sulfur? Basically. Not too bad. Need more engines as well. We're exporting some. We'll make 2. We're about out of coal as well. So GDPs are the great powers. We are dropping in rank, by the way. Just heads up. Chagatai 200, Maharashtra 40. The fuck? The monarchy just got overthrown in Britain. That just happened too. Yeah, the monarchy got overthrown in Britain. It's now a presidential oligarchy. Presidential republic and an oligarchy. So the House of Commons completely took power in Britain. They got rid of the king. Probably a little bit too much influence from the Bavarians, I would say. Man, monarchs are dropping like flies in Europe, aren't they? What about the French? They've still got a queen. Yeah, that's not a good British flag, is it? That's a Hungarian one. Companies? True. Not a single shot fired either. There was no civil war. President Cornelius Allenby took power. He's a charismatic merchant. Part of the bureaucracy of London. He's loved. Oh boy. Yeah, no, they did. Yeah, completely. The companies, the oligarchy, and the old school aristocrats seized power. Wow. I mean, we weren't close with them by any means, but that's a big deal for the world, politically. Giuseppe Bazan has challenged Raimondo Orsini to duel to the death. We'll let them fight. One of our former generals has died. He's not active though, so it's no problem. At least the fecal monster's still in power. Look at that jawline. It's all a jawline there. He's an abolitionist? They're a slave state. The current emperor of America is abolitionist. Are we gonna see a civil war in this timeline between like the emperor of America and like the southern plantation owners? He's disliked too, because he's a hedonist. And he's withdrawn from the public. Oh no. What is the mod? I'm using like 8 or 9 of them, Abdallah. This is a grand campaign though, so we safe translated from EU4, which came out of CK3, so all the politics, everything else is different. Yeah, because in EU4, America got independence from the French. They were a French colony in this timeline during the Bavarian British Wars with France, and they became a monarchy under the Ficomans. America is like a theocratic empire, essentially. They've got state religion and everything, and they're Catholic. The most prominent members of Cambodia's high society have been organizing luxurious parties in the new and lavish urban buildings. I mean, we'd approve of that. The emperor sure would. I do like their flag too. It's pretty badass. United Sovereign Archduchy. Absolute Empire. We're on very good relations with them. We trade with them a lot, actually. God, we can't get out of this deficit. We should have enough music. We have 2 opera halls. No, it's not enough. We'll need to build more music halls, I guess. We have a lot of rich people. We also don't have enough fine art buildings. Our upper class is very needy. I thought we had an art building. Yeah, we do. Art Academy. We have 4 of them, actually. No one to work in them. We don't have a lot of educated people. All our educated people are working in our steel mills. We have a bit of a personnel crisis here. Greenland is still the same one. Well, it was the same one. At some point at the end of EU4 Victoria 3, something happened to them. They're now the Free States of America. They were a monarchy, like it was a monarchy established by the British in CK3 because we had the mod that allowed you to establish a colony in Greenland, but it was abandoned at the end of CK3 by the British monarch. And they were this independent former British like land all through EU4. And then I guess they reformed at some point. They still have a king though. Same dynasty, the Susa dynasty. But I guess they're American culture somehow. Okay, that's interesting. We have had an ambassador in Cairo since the end of the war with the Egyptians, and I guess they've actually are no longer outright hostile to us. They've asked for a trade agreement. The question is that worth it to us though? Because tariffs are actually of use to us, and we're not pro-free trade yet. It's only 46. They don't have anything we really need, do they? No, I'm gonna deny that. Our traders wouldn't get anything good out of it. Yeah, they're actually on very good relations to us, despite the fact that we took the Suez Canal from them in EU4, which they blew up. We're gonna keep the good relations, but we're not gonna give them a trade agreement. I'm hoping the Grand Campaign leads to better borders as the border gore's mad. It will. What's up, Mannix? How are you doing? It will. It'll just take the AI some wars, I think. Then they'll get really screwed up again in Hoi 4 peace deals. 45 iron available in the state below Western Sahara. Could a colony there help? We are already trying to colonize it. We have colonized colonies growing there, so we just have to wait. And we can't upgrade the institution because we are poor as shit. All right, the iron mines have done so much to help our economy. We now have a surplus such that we can export to the Chagatai and meet our own demands too. It's still going up though. God damn. What else is being bought off of us? Hold on. We have to take a closer look at our let's do it this way. Well, reselling the paper from the Chagatai to the Bavarians. It's really just the iron that we're exporting in mass there. France is buying grain off of us, also secondhand. We're reselling. That's the thing. That's why this trade agreement with the Chagatai is so useful to us, besides the iron, is we're actually basically the middlemen. We're reselling a lot of their cheap goods into Europe, such as like a lot of paper and grain. That's about it. We're fine. How rich is the 1%? Too rich. An influential faction within the professional interest has grown frustrated with their co-members' neutrality on the topic of protectionism. Themselves in favor of the law, they have now resolved to form a separate political faction intended on passing it. As long as we pass it, that's fine. The Hungarians are a collection of vassalized countries underneath Bavaria, which is basically pseudo pre-modern communists. Torda is still independent though, under Chancellor Tibu Tiso. Look at that beard. They're a democratic republic. The Bosnians are also independent. They have the old British dynasty, actually. I have no idea how. That was also the Lombardies dynasty for a while. It still is. Wow. And the Lombardian dynasty. My gosh. The Albertinghis. They were actually historically a real family. They were a branch off of the Medicis in real life. So the Medicis currently have, or a branch of them, has Lombardy, Lithuania, and Bosnia all under their control. They also had Britain prior to the revolution. Yeah, the Hungarian regions really stayed independent for a long time, but no longer. An actual surplus, my god. How long is that naval training gonna last for? 15 more months. God damn, that was expensive. All right, by the time all this is done, we should have a very solid foundation for our economy, assuming Chagatai doesn't buy everything else here. We're really dropping power ranks, though. It's because our military is so far behind. I'm gonna refrain from going on speed 4 as well, because we'll just rush through things. How are we looking on research? Almost have ironclads, 5 months, and then our navy will be very far ahead. Yes, you do. Yeah, the Obertinghis. They were a real world family in history. We're paying a fortune on paper still. I thought we reduced the costs on it. Yeah, just expensive. The Medici theory? No, I don't. It's the Medici theory. We are going to run out of coal, though, as well. I'm worried about that. We got to go colonial. We got to pay off this debt first, though. That's up to 4 million again. I have a feeling Napoleon II is probably going to go down as one of our worst leaders in history. He's overseen a pretty incredibly stagnant, incompetent era here. My god. how they control the world and stuff. I mean, I've heard the Rothschild one. The amount of money the Rothschild families own in various banks and stuff. Oh boy. All right, we got a lot more authority as well. Let's do some more decrees. Oh, we can actually build the Admiralty now. I thought it was a building. We researched it and now we can actually build it. We'll build the Admiralty in Sardinia as well. Campania, Tuscany. We'll do innovation education in the capital and in Campania. We'll do encouraging construction in both those places too. And then we will do greener grass campaign in Sardinia to actually hopefully get some more workers there. Rothschild. That's said to be the child's play under the Medici rule. I never heard that about the Medicis. I mean, they were a very powerful family historically, obviously. I mean, they had like 3 popes, I want to say, right? They married into a bunch of European royal families. Ruled Florence off and on for a long time. Was it 2 or 3 popes they had? I know it was more than 1. Remember, you got the massive university that was developed in EU4 that is now Constantine. So that area could get some love too. That's true. You are right about that. Constantine was very developed and it has almost 2 million people. All of North Africa has so many people, honestly. More than actually Sardinia, which shouldn't be right, but all right. We really do need to develop it. But our capital is in Sardinia itself, so we'll still prioritize it. There's nowhere else to build coal mines, so we have to do it there too. Yeah. Let's start importing some from Bavaria and then the Chagatai too. And we need more iron again. So much to the Chagatai. Yeah, the surplus though. If you put in like tiers, there's what we think of as rich, and there's tier 2 as Rothschilds, Rockefeller, and then top tier is Medici and like whatever. Are there any Medici still around that actually like are in control of anything major, like banks or anything like that? I haven't seen anything like that, but I haven't looked for it either. We'll go for, I think, nitroglycerin next too. Oh, we want dynamite. We'll wait for dynamite actually. What do you want to work on next? Probably production. We'll work on canneries. So theory is they control some of the biggest banks and such, so they make the rules. Could be. I mean, the Rothschilds actually do that shit. It's not even a conspiracy theory. They're just a very powerful family. Simple as that. Sulu? Absolutely not. I think that's in... somewhere over here? Yeah. Oh, we got alliance from the Sulawesi. They're very weak, though, and we actually plan to probably expand into them at some point, so we'll say no to that. I mean, you gotta remember, like, the Rothschild conspiracy theory, I don't like to talk about it much, primarily because a lot of it comes with a lot of anti-Semitism. Right? That's the big problem. Like, the people I've heard talk about it the most are they tend to take it from that angle, which is just like, fuck off. But in reality, there's no disputing the fact that they are an incredibly wealthy, powerful family. Of which there are quite a few out there. Rothschilds have just been around for a long time. In the midst of the debate surrounding protectionism, one of the country's leading playwrights, strongly associated with the village interests, has staged a widely acclaimed play whose politically laden theme makes no secret of the author's desire for the law to be passed. Well, we got to support that then, don't we? Absolutely. All right. We're going to go for canneries next. That pick Evelyn de Rothschild poking Prince Charles in the chest is wild. Dude, they can do whatever the fuck they want, you know? Hate them because they're rich, not because they're Jewish. Exactly. Yeah, no. But, like, again, there's some things that are very, like, you know, tied into anti-Semitism. Like, I also don't talk shit on Israel, ever. Same reasons. It's so rooted in, like, you know, or at least people view it as anti-Semitic that I don't talk about it, despite the fact that, you know, there's no disputing that Israel's government is horrible. But it gets so tied up in that shit, it's better just leave that shit alone. I love Red Redemption 2, man. It's a great game. How old is our king now? He is 24, still very young. I'm hoping that we get a redeeming trait here. He can get more of them, technically. And I think we'll probably make him a general in our next war, too. Give him a little bit of a trial by fire, see what he's made of. He'd have a chip on his shoulder, given who his father is. I mean, Napoleon III, for example, he led in combat for the same reason. He had a big chip on his shoulder from his ancestors. Wasn't very competent at it, though. But before we do anything like that, we need to pay off this debt. Red Redemption 2 by a long shot. No contention. 1 is amazing, but 2 is the best. I'll never understand that take. I can't ignore Israel committing genocide because they are Jewish. I mean, it's just a question of, like, do you want to deal with, like, or do you want to just, like, you know, hold that opinion and do what you can? I mean, like, in the early days, I was very political when I streamed. I talked about politics a lot, and every time I brought up Israel and mentioned it, and I mentioned, you know, the obvious problems there, dude, the amount of people who would get angry at that and start calling it that shit was just like, you know, it's sometimes better just to leave that shit alone. I mean, even Bernie Sanders in the US, who is Jewish, was called anti-Semitic for his views against Israel. I mean, that's how that goes. All right, let me get back to we'll play the Vicky 3 playlist. Okay. You can become an opium smoker. Yes, you can. That's very true. All right, I mean, the other traits we get might not be good. They might be very bad. In fact, I'd say they probably will be based on his character, but you never know. Sometimes people have that, like, second coming to age, you know, where they hit their head really hard and comes back all right. Why am I being afraid of being called a racist? I'm not afraid of it. I just view it as not worth it. Because you gotta remember, like, I'm in a public setting. I'm no big streamer or YouTuber. I don't have a huge platform, but, like, I don't do this anymore for politics. When I first started, I was very political, and I'm not anymore. I stream and I make content now for entertainment. And I don't mind interesting discussions. I think they're fun. I like to have them. But if they're gonna just bring more problems than there's any actual utility in having them there, then I just don't feel there's any point for it anymore. Personally. That's how I see it. Frustrated with the lengthy legal process surrounding protectionism, Antonio Carraga, the agrarian populist, has approached us with an offer to expedite the process, utilizing his personal connections with the state apparatus. So piss off the business interests, which we don't want to do. So we're gonna go by the book. We'll wait. I mean, I got called all manner of stuff when I was younger, in political campaigns and college and stuff like that. I've been called all sorts of shit. I don't mind that. I don't have an issue with being called things. I have an issue when that sort of thing has an impact on whatever I'm trying to actually do. That's when I have an issue with things, I guess. I don't know. Very different than I was younger, and I just never shut the fuck up about anything. We do have to really work on standard of living too. That's one of our big problems right now. Primarily, that's our clothing deficit and our wood deficit too. We need to build more textile mills. Yeah, there's a mod that has more traits, so we don't know what he's going to get. There's quite a few. That's a really good mod. I'm surprised there's not more of those yet. So you're not afraid of being called racist, but being canceled? Not canceling. I don't give a shit about that. Canceling only exists if you'd allow it to happen. Like, I have a problem if we're always at a place to do a specific thing. When I'm here or when I'm making a YouTube video, I'm here for either entertainment or to have things be interesting for y'all and for me, right? And if I'm doing something or talking about something that is just causing that to not happen, where it's just getting to be a big conflict and to be problematic, then it's not worth it for me. I mean, I won't get canceled. I could sit here all day and talk shit about the craziest stuff, piss people off, and I wouldn't be canceled. I'd probably actually gain, you know, a lot of people who like that shit, but that's not really valuable. When I was like in kind of like first, I don't know, I think it was around a year and a half ago when I was streaming, I started to realize something when I like talked all the time about whatever topic I wanted, especially politically. And that would be two things. One, it would attract the worst kind of people. Sure, some people would show up and have interesting, like desire for an interesting debate or to do it concretely. They were rare. The people who normally would show up were the ones who either wanted to just cause, you know, problems by like saying the most outlandish shit, or they were really toxic. So I find that those two things kind of go together with that sort of stuff. So now I try and find a line between like debating interesting stuff and talking about interesting stuff, and then actively trying to promote that sort of, what's the word? Like controversial stuff to be controversial. Because it attracts the wrong sort of people, I think. Not always, but a lot of the time. So I try and find that line, which is not easy to do. I think it's much better. There was a period I don't think I've ever talked about this. There was a period I almost stopped streaming, actually, a year and a half ago. Because there was a lot of really toxic people at the time who would just always want to fucking debate the stupidest political shit. Whenever I try and bring up even the lightest topic, like just a basic political economic topic, they just take it and they take it to the most extreme controversial areas. And I stopped enjoying streaming. I didn't enjoy it at all anymore, and I almost actually stopped streaming. I had to talk with my aunt about it and everything, and I was like, I'm thinking about just quitting this. Oh, we gotta talk about it. I decided just to really cut down on that. I started timing out and then banning people who did that, which I'm glad I did, but you gotta be really careful. I mean, like, there's a fine line between, like I said, having interesting discussions and allowing for that, and then promoting the type of stuff that just will bring in wrong people and make things bad. So I still don't always find that line, but I try to, because I don't want these streams just be boring, like me just sitting here talking about the game and nothing else. I don't enjoy that. I'm sure y'all don't enjoy that. I want to talk about interesting things. I mean, like, I stream for entertainment for y'all, but I also stream for entertainment for me because I enjoy this, right? And it's a very fine line to find. And sometimes I think you got to not talk about things that maybe you would like to talk about, not because A, it doesn't really do anything useful to talk about them, and two, it just creates more problems than benefit. So I don't know. It's kind of a conclusion I've come to over time. From pragmatically inclined members of the business interests currently opposed to the passing of protectionism have offered to change the stance such that they will be offered certain political concessions. Such concessions could be popular with the aristocratic interests. They are in our government, and they are who are running our country essentially right now. So we obviously want to work with them, even though this is borderline corruption. Compromise is a tool of the weak. We'll slow down adaptation for protectionism, but we're going to keep working with our current ruling interests. The village interests have expressed their concerns about government decisions clearly favoring the interests of the business interests. I mean, given we literally just went against them, I don't know about that. And they're mainly angry about urbanism. So no, we're going to not do anything they want. Absolutely not. Ideologues want echo chambers for their insane beliefs. Sometimes, yep. I certainly enjoy your political takes on things, Ham. Enjoy. Appreciate that, man. Well, like I said, there's a line. Oh boy. I think we actually had talked about transgender rights before. I want to underline something very clearly. I don't know if I'm misinterpreting your statement. This stream is obviously very LGBTQ friendly. Let me underline that. So if you aren't on that, you might not like my streams. I don't know if I misinterpreted that, but I will point that out very quickly. I think it's been talked about in the past. I mean, I know there's some people in here who don't agree with that, but they're very polite about it. As long as you're not, you know, spouting crazy bullshit, that's fine. So, but I do want to underline that. If you're very hostile to queer shit, I recommend you probably find another streamer. I won't rant about it, but I want to see that shit. All right, we are actually getting out of our depths of debt now. We are under 2 million once more, and we have a very solid surplus. We have built the actual foundation we need to sustain our exports, our trade, and our industry. We're finally looking pretty good here. When we are out of deficit on our debt, we're going to go ahead and build up our war industries once more to produce what we need. We're going to rebuild our navy, we're going to rebuild our military, and we're going to start to work towards colonial wars in the East once more. Napoleon II is getting older. He's in his mid-20s now. He'd definitely be realizing he's got a long way to go to reach even a fraction of the reputation of his father, so we have a lot to go. Certainly just joined 1 or 2 hours ago, the first time, and I have no clue about all this. I don't know. I don't talk about this sort of thing anymore. Again, for anyone who watched me when I first started streaming, I stream very differently than I do now. Like, when I first started streaming, I'd play Hoi 4 and just rant about politics all the time. That's really the extent of my streams. Then I got into roleplay, now I do what I do now. So, you know, it's changed a lot. And I don't like to just sit here and rant on politics all the time. Like, sometimes I'll talk on things that I find to be important. But I try not to make it the purpose of the stream, because I think that's important. I've really changed like how I look at streaming and doing shit like that, because like, you know, it is about entertainment. That's how I view it now. And I view that as a two-way street, right? I'm here to make interesting games, interesting narratives for you guys to watch while doing it myself. So that's how I view it. And I think that you got to be very careful when you do that to not let other things take the complete head, I guess. It's complicated. I don't know. Yeah, see, I'm not going to debate that, Jesus. We can kill that there right now. And this is what I mean, is that, you know, when you bring up these sorts of topics, it'll attract people who want to do this kind of stuff, right? Which is that bring up the most controversial issues that split everyone down the middle, and then everyone wants to rant about it. And then the stream just becomes that. And I have no interest in that at all. So that's the line you got to find. It's not always the easiest. Well, like I said, folks, don't engage. We're leaving that there. We're gonna just move right past all this. We'll go back to focusing on the game. Appreciate that. All right, let's make this real easy. Actually, we'll go ahead and do that. I had a feeling. I had a feeling. I'm gonna go ahead and ban him. I haven't done that in a while. Man, we'll move past that. We are here for the grand campaign, and that's what we're gonna do. I know. We're literally colonizing. We haven't signed the Geneva Conventions. Horrifying. But that's what I mean. Like folks like that who will show up in a stream, and they'll talk about the need to talk about things like that, and then they'll just go rant about batshit crazy stuff and divisive stuff. And I used to tolerate that. I think one of the biggest mistakes I made when I first started streaming was tolerating toxicity too much, because like, the people who can be very toxic and political can be very, like, actually pleasant at times. There was this guy I remember when I first started streaming. What was his name? I want to say Alex, from early days of streaming when I did, like, Hoi 4 content. And, like, I don't really remember how he found my stream, but he was a very pleasant, polite guy to talk to a lot of the time. And then out of the blue, he'd just bring up these crazy political opinions and topics. Stuff like, women should, oh, I won't even get into it. Just, like, radical opinions. And I was very tolerant of people like that, because they could be very pleasant and nice. And then when they'd go extreme, I'd ask them to stop and they wouldn't. And I would never, in the beginning, I just choose to tolerate that. And now I really try not to, because like, I don't know. It just brings more harm than good. Yeah, no, that was, yeah, he was a white player. He was a mod on my actual Discord in the early days, because he was very nice and polite sometimes. Like, it's a weird dude. Like, there's some people who will hold the craziest opinions ever, but they're actually likable. Like, they're not bad people. And then they'll say something and you're just like, wait, what'd you say? It's just like, the fuck? So, I don't know. Not streaming Hoi all the time has definitely helped, I will say. The business interests have started complaining about the existence of subsistence farmers in Carso, Sardinia, and Romania, stating that their undeniable inefficiency should be immediately addressed. Agreed. We will work with them on that. All right, I do need, let's focus back on role-playing though. I got very distracted. Start to fund our government a little bit better. We need that. I'm gonna remove the liquor tax. We got protectionism too. Good. Let's go ahead and up our export tariffs on iron. It won't affect the Chagatai's trade route though, because trade routes mean that there are no export tariffs or import tariffs. But let's see, where is it? For any others we might potentially have, we'll have high tariffs to protect it. And we're good. It's a very high tariff rate of 30%, so no one will be trading that unless they absolutely have to, or they have a trade agreement with us like the Chagatai do. A few months ago, I remember Tommy K. Band, a dude who had 1936 Germany as his profile pic. Yeah. Don't blame him. Turn up the music a bit here. Okay. Last of the coal mines, the Admiralty, the railway in Sardinia. How are we on? We have enough convoys. Then let's look at the state of the economy. Any other major deficits we need to deal with before we start to re-militarize here? Obviously music and art. The rich folks aren't going to be prioritized here. We need more tools as well. Are they being exported? They are. Not too much though. The Chagatai are buying our fucking steel as well. Okay. We need a lot more tools. Also import some from the Americans and the Bavarians. I don't really want to build more tool workshops here quite yet. We don't have to. No, it has been very peaceful, Aces. That's because the post-Napoleonic Wars was like a giant global economic crash in the roleplay, essentially. So a lot of countries have just been working to rebuild their economies. Oh, Pepin Fukelmont just died. The Emperor of the US has died. I'm sure we'd probably be invited to the state funeral in, hold on, where's their capital again? In Augusta, Maine, the capital of the United States in this timeline. We've been invited to the funeral in Augusta. It is now Theodore the Fukelmont. 7 years old. He's Franco-Canadian, not French. Probably being so close to the border. I wonder if dear people in Fukelmont married a Canadian woman. Probably. That's funny. Man. Why are they the hair of 45-year-olds? Because Paradox is too lazy to make children's hair, that's why. The Chagatai are an existential threat. Yes, they are, but I mean, there's nothing we can do about it. Look at that. Look at the men they could bring to bear. And they have modern tech too. This is not the China of base game. This is very different. We won't be able to contend them till Hoi 4 until I can micromanage tank divisions, folks. I'm gonna be honest. And even then it will be rough. I suspect, and I'm calling my shot here, that the big war of the Chagatai will be the existential World War II of our timeline in Hoi 4. I'm gonna call that right now. And it's gonna be rough. Send Lenin. That worked so well before. Let's give the giant sleeping superpower in the East a radical Bolshevik who can build a one-party state to industrialize. What can possibly go wrong? Not a single thing. I see nothing wrong with that. Nothing at all. It worked for Russia and the Germans, right? I mean, after World War I, the German Empire never faced another problem related to Lenin and Russia, right? I mean, it was a masterful move. Clearly. No problem. Oh boy. Tommy Craig just cringed as fuck. He has openly supported the AFD. No, he said he did it in the past. That's different. I don't know who said that because I can't see. Tommy K said that he voted for the AFD when he was younger, and he stated that he feels bad about it. So no, that's not true. I mean, like, he talked about that. I don't know if I watched that stream, but I watched, I think, part of the video where he talked about it, where he just talked about like being like very young, very poor, very upset, and you know, voting for the far right. And he stated that I thought he said that he felt bad about it, and that, like, you know, it was a mistake when he was younger. Didn't he say that? Could have sworn. What's up, C.S. Smith? Yeah, Ukraine has been partly eaten by Lithuania, but they're holding on here. Also, Iran has Crimea in this timeline, and Georgia. Yeah, he did say that. I thought so. Listen, everyone can make mistakes, right? If you feel bad for it and it's not like completely unforgivable, like, you know, certain things, too high, turn down. Like, people can make mistakes. As long as they realize their mistakes and change their behavior and it's not unforgivable, it's fine. Voting for the AFD is pretty fucking gross, but I think his reasons for it were warranted. If you're poor and things are tough and you want someone to hate, that's where the right gets most of their voters. And, you know, if he improved past that, right? Good for him. That's good. That's character development. He's from Sanchin, one of the poorest regions of former DDR. Most people feel resentment of the mainline parties there, and the fringe parties get a lot of support. Yeah, that's former Eastern Bloc too, right? You haven't followed the Grand Campaign since the end of CK3. What happened to Tengri, Russia? Tengri Vladimir got eaten by, oh god, Ruthenia and Scandinavia back in the day. And then like all their former territories pretty much conquered now by the Shagatai. I won't lore dump on you because we'd be here for 15 minutes, but Vladimir got slowly eaten right after we allied with him, actually. Right, railway. And then we're gonna need to start working on, we have an explosives plant. We'll need more steel. Two steel plants in Campania, and then let's work on our military. We're gonna start by upgrading the Navy. And then after we have built ourselves a modern Navy, we're gonna build an army. So I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I'll be right back again. Overhydrating today. Okay. We are finally rebuilding our military in Victoria 3. It only took 12 years of economic decline and stabilization. We have an alliance offer from Somalia. They're a bit of a danger, to be honest, because they're not militarily very powerful. They're economically very powerful and useful to us, though. So this is less a two-way alliance that's useful to us like it would appear on the map, and more of a Daddy Sardinia, please protect us. It's much more on that line. But we are trying to build an empire once more underneath the wise rulership of young Napoleon, so we'll agree to it. There we go. What's up, Fuzzy? Fuzz, how you doing, man? How's CK3 been going for you? Campaign. How well does your country convert to Hoi 4? Does having a good economy impact how many civs? Yes. Economy, I believe your total industry and your GDP in certain areas on the map translate to civs. I think, if I remember correctly. And I can do edits for that too very easily. Creativity. I've been doing Hoi 4 edits forever. And adding in more industry to reflect it in Hoi 4 will be way easier than the edits were for EU4 and Vic, so we'll be fine. Obviously the Shagatai will be a monster, militarily if nothing else. How do I feel about pennies? If you mean like pennies as a currency, I think it's kind of necessary, as obviously 1 in 100 is needed and things like that. But mass producing them, given they cost more to produce than they give value and no one actually uses them, isn't wise. But then you'd have a currency deficit if you don't produce more of them, because they are used as like a change metric, right? I mean, when you go to the store, change is still important. You can't just like round up, so they're necessary, but it's a very odd problem of modern currency that they're really a hindrance more than the help, but to have like smooth transfers of currency in business, you require them. So I guess I'm for them? If that's the kind of penny you mean? Unless you mean pennies as in a department store. I got some cool shirts there when I was a kid, I guess. That's about as far as my opinion goes. I think my mother took us shopping to Pennies a lot. I think it was Pennies. Yeah. I think actually my jeans are from Pennies. With a girlfriend, like 2 years ago. Canada doesn't have them at all? You don't? Really? You got rid of pennies years ago and you're doing fine. Well, guess they're not needed. I didn't study econ in college, folks. I'm a dirty humanities major, so I don't have the technical expertise to comment on this. No, true. If I see a penny on the ground, I'm not going to pick it up. Like, at what currency do I pick up a coin? Probably... I'd probably pick up a quarter. Unless it's really nasty, I'd pick up a quarter. I think that's where currency, like, that's my line for like where I would bother to pick up a piece of currency. I think it'd be a quarter. If it was like a nice one. If it was dirty and like crusty and nasty, I'm not touching that shit. But if you see like one of those nice quarters on the ground, yeah, I'd probably pick that up. Why not? Sanitize my hands very carefully later. But I mean, all currency is so dirty. Have you guys like watched videos or read about like how actually dirty all currency is? Not just coins and shit, but like bills too. They are disgusting. Like they're so bad. As a part of parenting, you should never let your children, like a really young baby who has a chance to get sick, you should never let them close to currency. It's that dirty. They're viewed as an actual hazard to young children. It's that bad. Pretty wild. Or if you're immunocompromised, you shouldn't touch currency either. It's a drugged coin? One Eurocent is the funniest. Do you guys actually have Eurocents there? They have Looney Tunes in Canada? Oh boy. The majority of US currency is covered in bacteria and traces of drugs. Yes. Yeah. Pretty wild. Yeah. Just be very careful when touching currency. Don't touch anything important after. All right, we have a huge surplus now. Let's look at our economy here. I'm going to lower our taxes down to medium, and I'm going to pay our government properly for the first time in quite a while. They'll be happy. We'll give a joint tax break to folks. Obviously, we're still siphoning lots of funds for our own personal. Speaking of drugs, folks, what do we think Napoleon's doing? There's no way he has corrupt and is the son of a very powerful king about doing lots of drugs. I don't think he'd be an opium addict. I'm going to go with cocaine. He looks like the kind of like royal to snort a lot of cocaine, I'm gonna be honest. That's where a lot of this money is going from our treasury. I'm gonna go with that. The royal, what do you call it? What do they call those things back in the day? Sniffing something? Tobacco sniffing boxes? Forget the name of it. That wasn't cocaine, that was just tobacco then. We just got the biggest diplomatic insult of the game so far. My God. That's not a compliment, that's an insult. If this was EU4, we would have just gotten the like, you've been issued an insult pop-up right now. Chagatai wishes for us to join their customs union. Absolutely not. We are not going to give up our own independence to join a second-hand, backwater-ish Eastern country. Hell no. King Arigaba. Shibanid. Ugh. Wish his name was pronounceable. We'd be pretty insulted by that, but we can't obviously sever our economic ties with them, so we're just going to politely say no. We basically were just asked to be pseudo-vassalized by the Chagatai. That's what that was. That was like a more or less a vassalization request. Did us saying no piss them off? No. We've been requested to have a defensive pact with the Americans too. Sure. We trade heavily with them. Their economy is bigger than ours now. Kind of crazy that all these colonial countries are now stronger than us. We really stagnated so hard to EU4 at the end there, before Napoleon. You can't do, no, can't do industrial port yet. We do need to make actual ironclad ships though. We'll go with ironclads, and then we'll upgrade our navy to ironclads as well. Do we produce enough of them though? Ships. We will. Whoa! God damn. The diplomacy of Napoleon is really making this game wild, I have to say. Somalia wants to join our customs union. They're a big economy too. We would have to protect them though, and we already have to protect the Cubans and the company in Asia. We'd really need to build up our navy if we're going to accept this. We have to militarize early. God damn. This is basically like the equivalent of actual Egypt in this timeline. So oh man, this is risky. This could be a big danger for us. We're gonna accept though. So our customs union now contains Cuba, the company in Asia, and Somalia. And it's gonna make it pretty wild here for a second, I bet. Let's look. Oh, not too bad. They're just unindustrialized, so they don't have any industrial needs. They do have a lot of basic needs though that we're gonna have to meet now. Yeah, there we go. Oh, big hit to wood. Castella's in the French market? They are. Castella and her colonies have joined with the French. The fuck? I mean, the French are way stronger than them right now. My god, like the political changes already in Vic have been crazy. The two queens. Queen Adelista, Saline of France, and then Queen Gadina or Colin Farrer are working together now. Let's look at the market screen. What else are we missing? Mexico stayed independent, so as the Americans. Scandinavia joined the French market? What the fuck? Roleplay wise, we're gonna go with basically the king of Scandinavia, the queens of France and Castella, essentially forged an economic and military pact together. So it probably to offset Bavaria. At first, that doesn't seem pretty extreme, but you have to remember, all three of them are existentially threatened by Bavaria. So this would probably be just to outcompete the Bavarians, militarily and economically. I mean, you've got like super Germany, pseudo-communist in the middle of Europe. So taking radical action like this is kind of warranted, not gonna lie. President Edel, don't fuck around. Look at those eyes. He's a doctor? And a grifter. Wow. That's pretty crazy. All right. That screwed up our economy, though. Who would Sardinia side float in that conflict? We'd probably stay out of it, actually, if we could. That'd be my guess. It looks like your dad. Your dad has a giant mustache, huh? Respect it. Are we not making enough warships? I thought we were. Gonna follow Bastion's layer. Wagnerian Orchestra. God damn, yeah, we don't have any employment here in the naval yards. That's the problem. We're gonna have to delete some buildings in Sardinia. We just don't have enough people there for everything that we're doing. There's nothing really to get rid of, though. I have greater pastures on, so they should be getting more people. Yeah, they are growing. Having all of our warships there is rough. Do you plan to unite Italy? What's up, Annie? Most likely. I try not to like railroad roleplay in the grand campaign, but it will probably go that way. We've had a bunch of events pop up where there's obviously beginning to be a lot of Italian nationalism appearing, including a bunch of like playwrights who have been pushing it. So a lot of our people will be starting to support it. And at some point we probably will go for it. Not yet though. Napoleon II is, I think, a little too disinterested in everything to be doing it, but perhaps. It's been revealed that Emmanuel Ottaviano of the church interest has been having a secret affair with a member of the clergy. We're going to have him kicked out. God damn. Our fleet's killing us on expenses. We have to get people in the work yards there. We could subsidize it, I guess. They're already so valuable, though. Yeah, because it's mainly machinists, which require an actual education. We need to upgrade our institutional education, is what we need to do. Which requires us to have more bureaucracy. Are we fully employed on that front? I think so. Probably not in Sardinia, though. No, we are fully employed. Wow. Okay, we just need more bureaucratic buildings. Jesus. We have canneries. Let's work now on mechanized workshops to actually get a textile industry going a bit more. GDPs of the world. Yes, I can show you it very quickly. Chagatai has grown massively. Britain has grown massively. Everyone's industrializing right now. I have Anbuilds on, by the way, so the AI are going to be very competent for industrializing, so be warned. It's not like in vanilla Vic 3 where you're just going to outpace and destroy all the AI easily. with NBuild's mod on, we'll actually struggle to outcompete AI because they're going to build very well. They'll build efficiently. They actually know what they're doing, kind of. Let's go canneries, produce more groceries. We need to do something to up our quality of life here. Yes, there is GDP per capita. I think there's a map mode for it, actually. Is it in this one? No, there's not. Maybe that's another mod. I know there is one, or I've seen it before. Yeah. I mean, you can see it with your population. Based on stratus levels. We're screwing over the middle class with those income taxes a little bit, but we've already reduced them so much, it's fine. Yeah, I love all the stats too. None of the mods I have on does it though. Are we looking on warships? We're actually building more now. Still need a ton. Cut down some of these too. We can't even have all the warships we currently have. We'll build 6 more. GDP per capita. There it is. Oh, I guess it is. You can sort by GDP per capita, I think. I can't sort by it. It does rank it though. So our GDP per capita, for example, is 36. Yeah, so GDP per capita highest is Western Australia, the South African company. The Carson Sardinia company is the 3rd, actually. They're very wealthy. California, Greece, Slovenia, Switzerland, Transylvania, the US. Wow, the US is 9th. Huh. Yeah, our rich are very, very rich. No surprises there. We not build an admiralty? I thought we could. No. I think it's bugged. No. Oh, Chagatais at war. Who are they fighting? Oh. They're going to war with Kutai. Fuck, they're expanding in Indonesia. We need to go quicker. God damn it. Yeah, they're going to subjugate Borneo. Oh, we are not moving quick enough for our military here. I didn't think the Chagatai would enter into the Indonesian race here, but they are. Fuck, we need those warships and we need them yesterday. Let's build another... We'll build a naval yard in Campania and in Tuscany so we actually can fill them. We'll build another munitions plant in Campania. And then let's build another arms industry in Tuscany. And then let's also build more barracks. Where's most of them at right now? Sicily? Southern Italy. Let's build a North African contingent too. We needed Lenin 6 decades early. Yeah, for real though. He's not around quite yet though. Am I crazy, or didn't you release Chagatai's Southeast Asian possessions on puppets? I did, but that was on the one that I had to reset. That was the one where we were using Babylon Roleplay mod and it screwed up, and then I did it again. And without that mod on, there were no countries that I could release for some reason, so. You have a very good admiral, though. We need to up our industrial professionalism too. Yeah, we can afford it. It's found an observatory. We haven't done that as well. We actually have a surplus right now. The foundation stone of our new observatory is about to be laid. Construction work can begin soon. Cool. Let's hold a fleet review. And let's increase our professionalism as well. 5 months of naval exercises. It's going to cost us a small fortune, but that's fine. Before the fleet review starts, we need to decide how much we're willing to spend. Yes. We could use the fleet review as an opportunity to pay homage to a special guest. Who should we choose? We're going to invite the ambassador of the US to oversee our fleet, since they are now allies of ours. Could have done the Byzantine as a show of strength, but not really worth it. Their navy's bigger than ours, I think, right? Barely. The fleet review has started and our ships are attracting the attention of the crowd. They are at the very cutting edge of naval technology. Oh, the Papal States are at war as well. Now the wars are heating up. They're fighting Lombardy. Lombardy is trying to conquer they're trying to conquer the Rome. They've got a big fucking army. We really need to militarize here. Shit's starting to move quick. A lot of these countries have recovered from the depression, economic depression, and we have not built our military to compensate, so we got to move quicker here. During the fleet review, our ship's crews have performed decently well. Good. Our fleet is not that large, but it can still make a good display. We need to get rifles as well. We're behind. The fleet review is over, and overall the result can be considered good. The king watched as the last few ships sailed by. He was pleased with the result. It was not the most spectacular display in the world, but it showed the Royal Sardinian Navy was a capable fighting force. Expand the military in the south as well. With our surplus, we're going to be going for an increased education institution, by the way. And then we'll probably also try and increase national defense, but we need more bureaucracy first. Anything else I'm not doing right now? We can build an observatory. I guess not. Whoa, hold up, what? Oh shit, Bavaria joined against Lombardy. That means Lombardy is going to be probably puppeted. No, they're going to be conquered. They're taking Baden is what they're doing. Lombardy has territory in southern Germany, or yeah, southern Germany there. Wow. And then the Papal States will be taking Campania? Oh, revoking claims. Okay. And war reparations. So Bavaria is getting the good end of the deal, not gonna lie. Yes, it is. Creativity. I gotta follow Gijeka, 1997. Let's get rid of some of these. You know what's really scary is the Chagatai are actually making full industrial goods. They're not like the Ming. They're actually industrializing. True. We could go after Rome right now. But Bavaria is on their side, so we don't want to touch that with a 10-foot pole. Are they independent, actually? I don't think they are. Yeah, they're a Dominion. Almost ready. Need 223. Here we go. Oh god, look, Lombardy's military is like so backwards. Yeah, they're using conscripts? Lombardy, no. Well, that's terrifying. Are you gonna take it out on us? You rue what you sow. It's not our fault. I wonder if that means Bavaria is gonna block Italian unification. Are we gonna have to fight Bavaria to form Italy if we want to? Probably. Try not to look too closely at that. One proud Bavarian is shedding a tear. Somewhere. He felt the force. God damn. Perhaps moving closer to the French alliance might be the play. I mean, the French really like us. Castella and Scandinavia hate us though, so I don't think that's really an option here. First thing we need to is to actually get a strong military though. That's not an option. And get to Asia. Like yesterday. But we need a way bigger military. I aim to expand our construction holdings too. It stopped right next to Milan. I don't know why. Oh, there it is. Our principal holding in Asia is the company. It's our equivalent of the Dutch East India Company. Underneath one of a minor royal, Prince Perdu Lodi is currently the leader of it. They're actually very wealthy. It is our subject state in Asia. They control parts of Malaysia, parts of northern Indonesia, some of the Spice Islands as well. And part of New Guinea. Lombardy's really taking this out on us, aren't they? Direct hold, yeah, we hold most of the islands of the Pacific directly. So we've got Micronesian Islands, we've got Western Micronesia, we took all the island chains up to Japan, including Kyushu, and our wars with the Hosokawa. We took Hawaii as well, those are all directly ruled by us. And we took Tahiti as well. Which I don't actually think has a port, now that I think about it. Did we build ports over here? Hold on. Yeah, we did, okay. We did. Yeah, so that was during like the wars against the Hosokawa, where we were fighting over California, which we lost, and Chile, which we lost. But in the last war of the Hosokawa, which are actually still alive, we allied with the Yusugai who formed Japan. We took most of their holdings. Both of Japan's colonized. The Hosokawa and the Yusugai in EU4 colonized. So they took all the Pacific Islands, parts of Indonesia. They had Alaska, California, all the way down to Mexico as well. They lost all those to various powers. And we took the Pacific. Thankfully. Yeah, I think one of the most interesting things from this campaign would have been the Japanese Civil War that we were a part of, right? Where the Hosokawa and the Yusugai had that Cold War forever, where they didn't fight and they just like basically colonized. In my head, they were like fighting in the colonies, but obviously the game didn't reflect it. And then we obviously disturbed the balance of power when we were offered that alliance by the Yusugai, joined, and then decked on the Hosokawa with the Yusugai, allowing them to take Kyoto and win the war. So that was wild. That was one of my favorite parts of EU4, actually. Super interesting politically. We have Tahiti. Jeez. The Japanese, they united under the Yusugai clan, who we allied with. And they united it when we helped them and they won the war and took Kyoto. When they took Kyoto, they formed Japan in EU4. Underneath. What's the dynasty's name? It's the Yusugai. Yeah, the Yusugai. God damn, they have got a beast of a ruler. Well-traveled, ambitious, imposing, experienced political operator. And a jingoist, too. That's a formidable emperor right there. Shogun, I should say. America's trying to invade Mexico. All right. We had that period of peace, right? That's done. Everyone's moving now. The wars are just going crazy out of nowhere. Yeah, America's gonna win that. Their military is way bigger. That's sad because in this timeline, Mexico is super, super democratic. They are like incredibly democratic. Are the French supporting? Yeah, they are. Wow. America may be independent, but they're still friends with the French, who they used to be a colony of. Or Mexico. I feel bad for them. Our ruler currently, he's corrupt and he's a diplomat. The monarchist bloc is getting very powerful. They've gotten America into it too. So yeah, it'd now be Scandinavia, France, Castella, and America are basically in a pseudo faction right now, essentially. And they're getting rid of more radicals. They're knocking out one of the radicals in the New World. Potential ally Bavaria, really. Wow. They're playing smart. Is this actually smart AI maneuvering right now? Is that what this is? Damn. I mean, we're in the middle and we're really more conservative, so for us, it wouldn't be a big deal. What's up, COD? How are you doing? What happened during the last COD stream? Economic decline and trying to stabilize a declining empire, really. Nothing crazy happened. I just tried to stabilize the country for 4 hours. This one's gotten way more interesting. We've stabilized and we're trying to rebuild our military, and we really have to move. Because Asia is getting colonized by everyone, including the Chagatai. And, oh, we have a son! I have a son! Alessandro! Alessandro. He's a jingoist already, out of the womb. Look at that hair, my god. Came out of the womb with a whole head of hair. You gotta respect that. When wanting to see how to jerry-rig a converted save, can't thank you enough. You're very welcome. One of the many videos I have in like half production completed is I have a video I've been working on, which is a guide for mega campaigns. It explains how to do grand campaigns, how to use the save converters, and I also recommend mods and talk about like how you should and shouldn't use some mods based on certain things and stuff. That will be released. I've been really behind on YouTube videos, but that's one of the ones I'm working on, so yeah. I want to try and have that out before I hit Stellaris, so we'll see. Making YouTube videos is really long if you don't want to just speed through them. I used to rush out YouTube videos. I don't do that anymore, so they take forever. Using nitroglycerin. How are we doing in terms of warships? We actually have enough now. We can expand the fleet even more. Let's do that. Okay, we'll start with that. And if we still have a surplus, we're going to go ahead and expand our fleet into North African contingent as well. I actually got Victory 3 and it was pretty good. It's a good game. I recommend a lot of folks, if you don't have money to throw around, don't buy it, but it is a fun game. Yeah, last stream was just micromanaging. It was me just like trying to catch our country as it fell through like open air. And I finally stabilized it, but it took until like a little earlier. My God. And now we can actually roleplay because I don't have to like hyper focus on making us not fall. Maybe. Did I speak too soon? Maybe. I don't need encouragement, but I do like that you take your time with content, keep standard quality. Appreciate it, man. I do try nowadays. I used to rush out YouTube videos and content, and then I realized, like, why am I just doing that for no reason? Half the reason I'm like enjoying making roleplay videos on YouTube is I want to come back to them when I'm like 80 and watch them. So like now, what I do before I put out any roleplay video I make for YouTube is I ask myself, is this something you're going to be proud of in 50 years if you're still alive and you can look back as an old person? And makes me not rush anymore. So I kind of like to think that, like, obviously I'm doing it so y'all enjoy it and I want to keep it standard, but like even more so it's like, you know, will this age well? Will I actually enjoy this in 50 years? Which I think is good. It gives you perspective, or me perspective at least. What the fuck is this? South German uprising. All is not fine in paradise, I see. Where is that? Or is it the Bavarians having a revolt? I don't see it. Oh, it's in Baden. The South German uprising. Oh man. That's what Bavaria's trying to take in the peace deal too. It appears that they do not want to be annexed by Bavaria. Oh man. Spicy Europe right now. Been grinding FPS games all week? Hell yeah. Do you like Tarkov, COD? Tarkov's the one FPS game I kind of still play now and then. Because it's so brutal. How are we looking on military? 22 flotilla. I want to get that to 30 and I want us to get up to 25 or 30 battalions too. At that point, we will be actually starting to do colonial wars again. Post-Napoleonic period has been such a decline for our military. Building some fortresses would be a good idea too. Especially in Tunis and Sicily. Arma 3, nice. I played Arma 2 back in the day, mainly for, did any of y'all ever play the DayZ mod for Arma 2 back in the day? I played that religiously when I was in high school. That was really fun. I never liked DayZ standalone when they did that. I just couldn't enjoy it after the Arma version. All right, one more and then we can take education level up. Muslims look so boring. It's really just Egypt and the Gezerids, which is Iran. That's the only regions really controlled still by Muslims right now. And Somalia? No, they're Nestorian Christian. There's no religious map mode in Vic 3, which is such a problem. I really dislike that. Yeah, because the Oyo are animist. They're not Muslim. Somalia is Nestorian Christian. Egypt is Shiite, and Iran is Sunni. So the Sunnis and the Shias only actually have Egypt and Iran. Is there anyone else? Transoxiana is Sunni. Nepal is Sunni. Whoa. Oh. And then I'm obviously how could I forget? The Chagatai are Sunni as well. Never mind. I'm talking like the Muslims aren't like the superpower of the game. Oh, Milsims. I thought you said Muslims. My bad. I took that the wrong way. I should probably take the time to actually read properly, shouldn't I? That's my bad, IMC. My bad. I thought you meant that they just didn't have much and weren't doing anything interesting. Call to Arms. I've never heard of that one. I played a lot of Battlefield when I was young. I loved Battlefield 3. I played a fair bit of Battlefield 4 as well. And Battlefield Bad Company 2 back in the day. I stopped playing Call of Duty after Modern Warfare 3. I played Modern Warfare 2 a ton, and I played Modern Warfare 3, and that's kind of the end for me. Didn't play those sort of games much since then. Yeah, I completely forgot the Chagatai were Muslim. Islam is the most powerful religion on the earth right now, technically. I mean, this is basically like the Ming and the Ottomans had like a love child that was ruled by an heir of Genghis Khan who's a Muslim. That's essentially what these guys are. Their flag doesn't do them justice. This is a batshit crazy country. Then again, the Byzantines, no, they're not. The Obertangis rule now? That family has gotten so far in Europe, haven't they? My gosh. And what a ruler too. Meticulous, persistent, expert offensive planner, experienced political operator. I like how every single one of the monarchs of Europe is this like absolute, you know, savant. And then we've got Napoleon II, who he speaks good words and he like steals money from his own treasury. That's our ruler. It's great. Global pop screen, yeah, there is. I can pop that out. All pretty much in India and China. A lot in Hungary and Germany. Eastern Europe has a lot. God damn it. Fair bit in Northern America. Fair bit in Mexico City area. Lots in Ethiopia, the Lower Nile, in modern day Nigeria. Europe actually doesn't have a huge population in comparison to a lot of the world. I mean, compared to like, look at the population in these provinces in China. 28 million, 16 million, 20 million, 25 million, 20 million. Fucking crazy. Japan has a lot too, actually. I don't know if you guys noticed that. I don't think I ever went over it. Japan's population is fucking huge. In case y'all didn't notice this. They have a population of 75 million right now. Because of that, like the warring states era and the unification. Japan is massive. And they're all crammed in that little tiny archipelago. Yeah, pretty wild. I mean, I guess a lot of them are probably being sent to the colonies down in the Philippines. In a not fun thing, there's probably a lot of population replacement going on in the Philippines from Japan, not gonna lie. That tends to happen with empires who run out of space and send people to the colonies. Yeah, it's basically modern day Japan levels. France has announced its intentions to expand towards its natural borders. That's a focus they can do, or not focus, decision they can do. So they're going to be going to war with the Dutch, the Lotharingia, Savoy Province, Toulouse. This might break up the monarchist bloc, not going to lie. Queen Adelaide is going to go very expansionist here. God damn, a lot's happening. This is the Vicky 3 I love. Here we go, we're rolling now. Guelio Satimo has often expressed a great interest in astronomy and observes the starry sky in his free time. Sure. Astronomers. The Kutai is now property of the Chagatai. Yes, it is. As well as part of Australia. Yep, the Chagatai have territory in Australia, and they vassalize Kutai. I wonder how far the Islamic conversion of China has gotten. We can see. Almost none. It's mostly still Mahayana Buddhist. You gotta remember, Confucianism basically was dead already in EU4 back in the day, if I recall correctly. Yeah. Also, just a reminder, I know there's so much lore in this mega campaign, y'all forget. I forget sometimes too. This is the Chinese Empire, by the way, guys. The Sulawesi. This was a colony of the Ming back in EU4 that was founded by them. When the last province of the Ming was conquered by the Chagatai in EU4, and the Chinese Celestial Empire died, the ruler of Sulu declared himself the next emperor of China. So, and that was even in the mechanics of the game in EU4. So technically, China is still alive. The Ming are still alive. It's just, it's been taken by their former colony in Sulu. If you look there, there's a lot of Han people who got away, who escaped. Why is the pop bugged? I have no idea. Probably the save translator. The king's bugged, but that's fine. He's from the Al H0D0 Hang dynasty, but yeah. What's up, Taco Mooses? Love your name. I saw it a while ago and haven't stopped repeating it myself since. Hammurabae? Yeah. I changed it from Hammurabi originally because I thought it was more catchy, and I'm glad to see that works. So like your name, Taco Mooses. Funny story. Do you guys know mooses are like the most deadly and dangerous animal in North America for killing humans? Like large animals, at least. They kill more than like sharks and deer and bears every year. They're fucking dangerous as shit. All right, we have the excess bureaucracy. We're gonna go and institute some education reforms to start to improve on our universities and public education, broadly speaking here. We are very much in need of capable, educated young men and women. And by the gods, we're gonna get them. The island has its own flag. Yeah, true. I found that so cool in EU4 when that happened. Like the Chinese, I just imagined, right? Like as like Beijing fell to the invaders, there was just like a caravan, you know, of like officials from the state government in Beijing carrying like all their gold and old like relics and stuff to boats. And like just that mass exodus out of the remnants of China as it burned down to Sulawesi. So in my eyes, in the canon and the lore, Makassar, the capital, has got like basically a bunch of ancient Chinese relics in it, and like the entire gold hoard of the old emperors of China. So they're probably very wealthy. Pretty cool. So much cool stuff happened in Asia in EU4, man, in this mega campaign. It's kind of crazy. One fishing ship, yeah, just like all the Chinese junks got sank by the Chagatai, so they just used like a fleet of fishing ships to get away. Man, that'd be cool. I want to rant on something real quick, then I promise I'll stop. So one thing I've been watching very closely for the last year, since like all the new stuff with AI came out, is basically AI generated art and AI generated video. One thing I really want to do for these mega campaigns in the future is I want to make them more like engaging and interesting. And the number one thing I think that can make them do that is when like software comes out so I can generate scenes in the mega campaign, right? Like think how cool it would be if, for example, I could use like an AI editing tool to literally animate like a scene where like, you know, of what I just talked about, where like, you know, the Chinese bureaucrats escaped from Beijing, went to boats and fled. And like I could animate that with AI software. That's what I've been waiting so much on, because I really want to step up like the depth and like how interesting I make, especially the videos for these series, because I'm gonna keep doing mega campaigns. And there's like 3 programs that I'm watching right now that are about to do that. I'm on the wait list for one, which is really cool. It'll probably cost a fair bit, but if I can afford it, I will. But that's gonna be so cool. I ran in a couple, I think last weekend, right, about how much AI will change everything, but especially like games and entertainment. And I think that's really gonna be a game changer, especially for people like me who like, you know, we got no money. I've got no access to like, you know, anything that like good content creators have, or like movie studios and like TV shows have. Like, so why would I? Yeah, I'm some random dude who makes these for fun. But I think AI and AI software like that will really help to kind of narrow the gap between what you can really make if you put the time in, between like a studio, right, with access to editors and stuff, and then someone like me who just does this on his own time. And I think that's gonna be so cool. Like, can you guys imagine how cool it would be like if I could start making videos with scenes like that? I just hope I can keep my job in the process. Yeah, Dave, that's the sad thing though, is AI's replacement, it's gonna be across the board, right? It's already happened in a lot of industries and stuff like that. It'll happen in art too. And I mean, that's why I'm a big supporter of like the strikes right now in Hollywood, obviously for actors and things like that. And there is a line you have to find between allowing like, you know, replacement by AI for creativity stuff, Like I don't support like studios doing those sorts of things. If you have the resources to have these things primarily made by people, you should do it. But for someone with me, like me, right, who my operating budget for any episode of the Grand Campaign is $0, I guess technically with the software I pay for, it's a little higher because I pay for a few programs and stuff. But I think it's good for that. AI and like creativity and for media is such a double-edged sword because it's going to take people's jobs. Not because well, some of them will be because it's just automatically going to do that, right? Some things that can be automated. I mean, look at like the new version of Photoshop that's coming out. They've been talking about where like AI software can replace so much. That will have like a natural effect of taking away jobs. The one that is bad and that like is preventable is the fact that a lot of studios and a lot of companies will replace people like editors, story writers, things like that with AI to save money. That's where it's fucked up. If you have the budget to pay for these things, fucking pay people. But I think for people like me who have YouTube channels, who have no money and no ability to pay for people and give jobs anyway, I think it adds like it really will change the game on what you can do creatively. Because like storytelling is all about engagement, and that's what most videos do, as long as they're not just, there's different sorts. But for creative ones, it's all about like storytelling. And storytelling, like I could sit here with a black screen and tell you a story, and it's interesting, right? Depending on my skill level at it, like I could, just read from a book and it'd be interesting. But the more like engagement and like representation visually and audially you can put in, right? And that's why I've changed like how I edit all my YouTube videos now. Like I really put time into trying to find ways to make it more visually engaging and to make the audio interesting and more engaging, which is what anyone does who's competent at it, right? And I think AI will really make that more intense. With what I just talked about, it's a double-edged sword because it will take people's jobs, and that's shitty as fuck. But like the AI revolution is not going away purely because of greed. And I think that the silver lining of it is, people who make creative stuff will have a lot more options. Point being though, there's a couple pieces of software I'm keeping my eye on that, and as soon as I can, I'm going to start using those because my gosh, the things I could do with that would be cool. Like I've thought about a lot about like what I want to do with these grand campaigns, because to me, like they're so fun to make and so fun to play, but I want to make them more engaging. Like I talked earlier at the start of the stream about how I'm going to be doing Solaris differently. Like, I don't know. I did a lot of thinking recently about it, and I had some people who talked to me about it, and I don't really want to make like just like gameplay videos with them. I'm always very disappointed when I reach the final product of my grand campaign videos, and half of it is just me monologuing about the game as it goes. I don't really like that. I know like casual gameplay is fun to watch and stuff, but I'd much rather it be more engaging and stuff. But what I've struggled to find is a balance between that though, because I need a way to reflect what's happening in the game, right? Without being able to tell. And I want to try moving to like a more narrative storytelling format, or just to be like a narrator for videos. The next series of the Grand Campaign I'm going to do when we restart, my videos will be radically different. There will be no more gameplay, hopefully, if I can do this right. It'll all just be more narrative, and it will be more storytelling. But it's so difficult to do when you can't like find a way to represent it visually, right? Like, because there's like, sometimes you can go online, you can find like art images. If you watch my videos, I'm sure you've seen plenty of me. Like I take from trailers, or I take from cinematic videos and video games, and I try and use that sometimes if it can fit to like make it more interesting and engaging. But sometimes you just don't have that, right? Like sometimes there's something I want to represent in one of these videos or in it that I just can't find anything of, right? There's no art pieces I can use. There's no video pieces I can use. And so like you almost can't include it, and that's when I have to have it just be me narrating, right, and talking as I stare at the screen. But AI video could change that. I could actually represent it. Anyway, ran over. I've been following that. We're really close. I think we're within probably 2 years of it, hopefully. I hope. And then it could be a very different ball game, I think. There's a lot of cool stuff too. Did any of y'all ever see that video a little while back? You watch streams to see gameplay, exactly, right? That's why I have a VOD channel. There will always be that for folks, and I want that there if you want to watch me play a game. But for me, like, when I make the roleplay series now on my main YouTube channel, I don't want to just make gameplay videos. I want to like actually do storytelling in this weird format that I found to do it in, right? Because I think it's so cool when it's done right. But it's very challenging with the tools you have. I mean, if I was a millionaire doing this for fun, I could go commission some editors and some VFX guys and some people who can do 3D modeling to do that, but I can't, so I have to work with what I've got. So I'm really hoping that'll allow, not just for me, but for other people too, because like all of y'all will see that, or anyone who consumes media anywhere, right? Once those sorts of tools come out, anyone you watch who does these sorts of things, the quality will just go up so much higher. So, I'm excited for that. We'll see. Anyway, have you seen Goated on YouTube? Yeah, I fucking hate that dude. Seems that he's doing something similar to what you want. I haven't watched him. I refuse to IMC. Goated is a piece of shit. If you don't know about Goated, there's a long list of laundry things that the reason that man is bad. He threatened violence on Tommy Gay's girlfriend. Unless this is a different channel. This is the Hoi 4 YouTuber Goated, right? Before I start just talking shit on this dude. Are you talking about the Hoi 4 YouTuber? Because if there's someone else, I don't want to just like connect it to him. Or is this the Hoi 4 YouTuber? If it's Goated, just like regular Goated who's a Hoi 4 YouTuber, he threatened Tommy K's girlfriend. He DDoSed a bunch of games Tommy K did and other streamers. And he tried to claim Feedback Gaming was a pedophile. He's a piece of shit. So I don't know if it's the same guy, but I hope not. Or is it someone else? I'm not too sure. All right. Is it the same guy? I don't know. Okay. Back to the game, though. Get the audio going. Point being, the reason I was ranting about that is I'm really looking forward to that. And if that happens, dude, stuff I'd be able to do in videos would be so much cooler. Oh, the other thing I was going to rant about before I ended is I've been experimenting with voice changing software again to be able to do some more like interesting, engaging stuff with that. And then I've also been like, there was a video that came out around, I think 4 months ago. Did any of y'all see that video where it was like the fully animated, like cartoonish video by these guys who basically managed to record video of a green screen? And they've found a way, and I've been trying to figure out how to do that and to read about it, to basically use editing software to make basically all the visuals look like cartoonish and stuff like that. And they basically made like a video that they recorded on the green screen, ended up looking like animated and super good, and they animated clothes on them and stuff like that. There's so many cool like software coming out nowadays for those sorts of things. It's just incredible to do. And a lot of it doesn't have like a requirement economically, because like, I want to keep ranting about this because it's interesting to me. I did an interview, I think probably around 8 months ago now. It was a while back. There was this a friend of another streamer I know, Chip Dipson. He's a cool streamer. He got a buddy of his who's like an editor in LA to do like an interview with me, where he just wanted to know about like what I did with like roleplay and like streams and stuff like that. And he said something really interesting that stuck with me, which is that like he talked about the fact that in the past, in order to make any sort of, especially like storytelling, roleplay, narrative stuff, there's been a distribution issue, I think he said, and then there's been an access to like basically tool issue. Whereas like in the past, right, your main ways to get out like, you know, anything entertainment wise would have been like TV, newspaper, or comic books. With YouTube, that's changed because you can basically give people content you make now incredibly easy. So distribution is very doable. You're at the hands of the YouTube algorithm, but it's still doable, right? And then the software issue, which is that back in the day until very recently, if you want to have high quality visuals, right, back in the day you needed to have like a camera or like a video camera. If you want it to look good, it's going to cost a lot of money, right? It's going to cost a fuck ton of money, especially if you want like an IMAX lens. No one, unless they're, you know, a millionaire's kid fucking around, can afford it, right? But nowadays with like obviously technology, there is no longer a very big gap between like what you can do with, for example, just a computer, right? With recording software, basic camera like what I've got, and editing tools which are widely available. See you around, Moose. Also, thank you for the follow, man. Apologize, I've been ranting, but thank you for the follow as well. Well, there's been like, how did he call it? Where basically like the divide between what you typically see as like Hollywood style quality and like what the average person can make in their own time has been completely narrowed, right? Where audio and video quality, if you know what you're doing with editing, you can reach not a studio level, but you can get it like close enough that people aren't turned off by it, because everyone innately knows quality. I will get back to the game, I promise, right? All of us are trained to know what good media is. For most of us, we've been watching movies and TV series and even YouTube videos since we're kids, right? And we all innately know, in terms of audio and in terms of graphics, what is good and what is low quality automatically, right? Resulting in, if something's low quality, it usually just gets turned off, which is a good thing. Quality is important. But there's also the issue in the past where, especially in the early days of YouTube, is where most people didn't have access to the editing equipment and the tools to be able to bridge that gap. So there was always like a difference there. But nowadays, that's not really there anymore. And to me, I think that's incredible and fascinating, because as far as I see it, I think that's going to result in almost a bit of a decentralization of like content quality. I mean, content quality, like content nowadays is always referred to as like primarily like YouTube and streaming and things like that, for good reason. And then there's like traditional media, like, you know, TV shows and movies and things like that. But I think now that these tools have been a little bit more equalized, and especially with some of these AI tools that are starting to come out in the AI programs, I'm gonna make a call here. I think within 10 years, there will be a huge drop off in popularity for traditional media and TV shows and movies, because I think with those tools, very interesting, creative, innovative people will start to either form groups or themselves begin to make very top quality stuff like that on their own. Especially if, example, which is going to happen, it's just when AI generated video really takes off, when the quality on that ups enough, when the average person on YouTube can use an AI program to ask them to generate pieces of almost photorealistic video describing what they want. And I'm sure there will be tools that will come out with that, with all sorts of things in the future, will allow, I think, the average person, especially like motivated groups. I mean, already look at like Kings and Generals. I mean, they're my favorite YouTube channel by far. I'm sure a lot of y'all know it if you watch history stuff, right? Kings and Generals is a channel that makes incredibly high quality historical like documentary series. They've got great audio, they've got great narration, they've got great video. And imagine what, for example, that channel can do when they can use AI generated video. They'll blow anything the History Channel has out of the water, right? They already really do. It's just that they can't create some of the visuals that, for example, the History Channel can, where they get a bunch of actors, they go out in the field. And we go back to also the issue of obviously people losing jobs, but when, for example, they can generate a phalanx battle between the Greek armies of Athens holding out against the Roman invaders, I mean, that's when like the ball will completely shift. So pretty wild. And I think we're really at the cusp of that in many ways. And I'm excited to use those tools, and I think other people will use them amazingly. So, all right, in a rant, I just find that stuff to be so cool. Goated with 2 is different, I think. Okay, cool. It's just Goated with 1. Goated with 1 has a couple different channels. He's a piece of shit. More people should know that. So, I didn't hear about the controversy with Slavic, no. Scammed his Patreon donors, used the money to move to Belarus and joined Wagner. What the fuck? That's crazy. I've never heard of him. Pretty wild. Also, thank you for the follows as well. Dave Rumburek and King of Gloria. Appreciate that, guys. All right, I'm gonna get back to playing the game, I promised. I just really think that stuff is so cool. It'll take away jobs, but AI is good. And the thing is, it's not gonna not happen. In a perfect world, governments would put in place regulations to stop AI being dangerous militarily and to prevent it from stealing jobs in terms of like interacting with the private market. That won't happen in our country. It won't happen with how humans and corporations work. It's one of those things, right, where like AI is a double-edged sword, and it would be nice if we could regulate parts of it, but it just won't happen. No, you're fine, Sven's good. You bring up that, which is that AI is dangerous, but it's also one of those things where it won't not happen, right? It's going to happen. It will do these things, and you kind of got to adapt to it, or you're fucked. It's sad, but that's how I view it, at least. I don't know. Wagner's one thing, but trying to kill someone over some Hoi 4 beef is insane. Try to have a YouTuber killed? The fuck? Hold on, I gotta Google this guy now. Slavic 303? I've never even heard of the guy. You say, is he a YouTuber? Slavic 303. Let's see here. Yeah, he's a YouTuber. He's not huge. He took his whole channel down, I guess, completely. Huh. That's fucking wild. He tried to dox and kill him. Well, he's a true Hoi 4 gamer there. Hey, he deleted his channel. Damn. What a piece of shit. All right, back to the game. Rant done. Mexico and America have signed a peace deal, and America has won. America has invaded and taken the Yucatan, Chiapas, Guatemala, and San Salvador from Mexico. Goddamn. Imperialist monarchy. Emperor Theodore at age 9 had his government leading a war against Mexico. Holy shit. They also took part of Louisiana. Mexico's just getting partitioned between Indian California and French America. Sad. The current way of work could use a shakeup. If AI means that we end up maybe having a better work-life balance, or at least new abilities to work at your own passions, that's going to be better than how it currently is. Yeah, and it will give those tools, I think. The problem is, Aces, as with everything, it will just be so over-monetized. Technological progress that should be used to make everyone's lives easier will just probably be used to increase productivity without giving any of it or any easier life to regular people. I'm sad to say. It could be used that way. I don't think it will be. And on the other side of things, I think it will give people more creative tools at the cost of taking jobs from people when it doesn't have to be the case. So, yeah. We are corrupt, and we are a diplomat right now. God. Yeah. So that's how those things tend to go, I'm afraid. Human productivity has been going up so dramatically in the last 100 years, and almost none of that goes to the regular person. There's quality of life from technology, GDP per capita growth, broadly speaking, but in terms of work-home life, obviously after the big reforms from like the 30s to the 50s, it hasn't changed too much. Means of production are generally owned by the wealthy and used to make more wealth for them. Exactly, Menix. Okay. Let's work on... I'm tempted here. I think we're gonna go for dynamite. That's too far ahead. We've got some military shortcomings we need to deal with too. Let's work on field works. Then we're gonna work on repeaters and breech loading artillery so we can actually keep up militarily, given we're kind of being outpaced here by a lot of folks. Get those naval yards. We'll be able to sustain a much bigger navy too. Do the barracks. We'll see how we go from there. All right. At 28 years of age, after having ruled for quite some time, Napoleon II is undergoing a dramatic overhaul of the military alongside the members. Actually, how does the military view him? I'm curious. They like him a lot. So yeah, he's working with members of the armed forces and the officer corps to rebuild our military for the first time since the execution of Napoleon I's army outside the pyramids of Cairo, where we ended the war of the Egyptians and where our king's father died, I should say. We must seize the means. Oh boy, Mannix, over there with the hammer and sickle pill take there. Go sewing machines. We'll go mechanized workshops. I think we should be producing enough textiles now, hopefully. Yeah, we are. Good. Wood from the Chagatai. Yeah, no one has coal export. We'll have to make that by ourselves if we want it. All the industrial goods are so highly competed over right now. Wine from the Chagatai. It's nice to be getting cheap goods from the Chagatai, but a small part of me is saying that we're just enabling a monster. Probably. We'll think about that after we have secured our own problems. We're looking really good economically here now. If France is wanting to go as historic borders, it'd be interesting to consider the mega-campaign canon French borders. Can't remember how it looked at its largest extent, though. Oh. All of modern-day Netherlands, Lotharingia, into Switzerland, Savoy, and Brittany and Normandy, obviously. So it'd be massive. It'd be a mega France. They just announced to the world that they want to annex basically like 5 sovereign countries that exist right now. I don't think we can coalition them. They're still in the monarchist bloc with the Castellans, the Scandinavians, and the Americans. And that's a scary bloc to deal with. All of them are light years stronger than we are until we rebuild. Because roleplay-wise, when Napoleon died, he basically put nothing in place, and he was an empire declared out of a radical government from a civil war. So everything collapsed when he died, especially our military. And we've been playing cleanup ever since. A great man, but he left a heavy burden on his incompetent, corrupt child. I will say, whilst I love and use AI artillery, there's something dystopian and AI art. There's something dystopian and depressing that there are people who barely make enough to survive making art, whether painted art or text art. AI will turn into another commodity same way and not be able to afford. I hope it becomes affordable, at least for them. Yeah, true. AI art will have a very negative effect. Listen, I can speak words, okay? The negative effect is it will really hinder people who monetize and make art for money. That's the downside to things. Is obviously if you want to monetize your art, it will make it much more difficult to do because you have to compete with an AI art generator. That's already the case, right? With things like Midjourney, which is sad. Because although I'd like to say that you shouldn't have to monetize your art or something that you love, the fact of the matter is in our world, if you want to pursue something you love, you have to monetize it unless you obviously, I guess, have a trust fund or something. It's just kind of how it goes. All AI shit looks the same. I disagree. It depends. There's a lot of really good stuff though. Have we got someone or somebody to track towards his name in exile while the Napoleons are in charge? We don't, Ace, actually. I will remind y'all though that Yemunder is currently, he was in Mexico. He's probably back in Castalla now. He was the one who claimed the throne from Solomon. Solomon is still with the Japanese as well. So Solomon is a guest of the Shogun in Kyoto right now, where he's been for the last probably close to 30 years. So he'd be pretty old now. I'm sure he'd have children. If Solomon takes power again, would we have a half Japanese dynasty? I wonder, did he marry before he fled to Japan? I don't think he did. He probably would have married Japanese then. That's interesting. Maybe the artist shouldn't see AI as a computer, but instead use it as a tool to create their own art. And I think that will be the adaptation that has to happen, Kenix. Like, but what I don't like about it, and I think that most people wouldn't like about it, is that they're kind of forced to. It's kind of how it goes though. But yeah, if they want to monetize it, they'll have to utilize AI with making their own art to monetize it, which already does happen. I know people do sell AI art that they make and that they involve themselves heavily with and that they like fine tune, right? And AI art tools ultimately are just tools that are used by a person. The reality, I don't think will quite shake out like that though. Okay. The problem is that anything generated by the AI program is the property of the corporation, how runs the program. That's true too. And those AI programs are stealing artwork, obviously off the internet to use, so there's a big issue with that too. Artists also spend a great deal of time and effort learning stuff like painting, Procreate, etc. So it's kind of a slap in the face to say just use the AI. Yeah, true. Plus, I think art innately made by like more, you know, natural processes like that is better. It's just not as convenient and quick, so. Go ammonia soda. We're gonna need a lot more explosives for our munition plants. We are actually building our observatory in Sardinia as well. Get that done fairly soon. Art is a part of a nation's culture. AI will kill it to me. Now that's an interesting thing to bring up. Is that art is an incredibly important part of culture, and it's very important for 101 reasons. I wonder what effect that will have in the future if art is more taken from the hands of regular people in a country, like representing their beliefs and kind of the feel of the era, which I think we all see when we look at that art in the modern era or any era. And when it's kind of replaced by more of an AI, because I mean, AI can subsume culture, but at least yet I don't think it can make like the, what's the word? It can properly, I think, try to describe it. I don't think it can make the depth and it's depth that like has like both beauty and a lot of meaning in art, right? Especially the good kind in any era that people see, and at least looking back on it and at the time looking at it has a lot of important stuff for everyone. but it is definitely a thing. And when AI takes away a degree of that humanness and that depth, I wonder what impacts that does or would have. That is an interesting thought. Except for how our world shapes out in the multiplayer grand campaign, me too. Really looking forward to that. It'll be interesting. Mass-produced dumped out stuff. Yeah, for the most part. I mean, unless obviously AI evolves to a point that it is, you know, a lot more intelligent and can make things. But even then, there is a degree of separation between two species, right? This is a human entity. Yeah, true. I think that there will be two different markets for non-AI and AI art. I definitely agree, Kennex. You're right about that. But there will be overlap. God damn it. Tall made a Bavaria hammer and sickle icon. I'm going to use that in one of my videos, Tall, if you're cool with that. Okay. YouTube Shorts channel tried to not use AI generated art of Roman emperors in the 1200th time. Yeah. I mean, it has really cool things, obviously, but cost is high. Gotta follow Kenix. Have you seen the XQC AI Twitch channel? Yeah. Who's that guy who's been making all those like AI Twitch channels? There was the one back in the day for like a bunch of the big streamers, and then there was the one for like Trump and Biden, right? Very weird. Not very hard to make sense out of what they're saying, but yeah. President Gottlieb von Schönborn-Wiesenthal is currently puppeting Poland. Not that they're very powerful these days. Bavaria is just so existential, aren't they? There's an Irish president of the British Republic. They really liberalized, didn't they? Yeah, they went from oligarchy to wealth voting. They're at universal suffrage. Yeah, they are really liberalizing there. Fuck, we gotta catch up, but we can't do that without the military. Or the GDP. I will show those. I don't want to show them too often though, but I will show it again. We're slipping behind again right now. New World, Brazil is independent. They got independence from Byzantines with the help of the Bavarians. Egypt ended up taking all of the papal states' land in Argentina. Uruguay is independence. They're Puritani. Britain take Peru from us. We lost Peru to the Takrur, who don't exist anymore, and then Britain conquered it after. Gran Colombia is currently a colony of Castilla. Osakawa owned part of Chile. America formed. They are a sovereign empire underneath the Ficomans. Mexico is a super democratic liberal government. California is a colony of the southern Indian country, as well as Alaska. And then Castile also has a colony in Louisiana and Colombia. And then Canada is independent. Quebec is under the Scandinavians. And apparently America took part of Quebec as well. Wow. Holy shit. America's really expanding, aren't they? They're going to be pretty strong. They're going full Manifest Destiny right now. Also, Cuba, which was like owned by pirates, reformed into a military junta and joined our market. So they're in our sphere. So is Somalia. They joined our customs union. And then the company in Asia is ours. We can do nothing with this stuff right now because we've been trying to rebuild our economy to rebuild our military. So will they build the Grand Columbia Canal? Probably. At some point. They'll have to take it from the cold, dead hands of the Castellans, though. Not that I'm opposed to that by any means. They have it coming. Welcome. I like AI art of Harry Potter characters looking buff. Yeah, I've seen some of those weird ass videos on YouTube. What was that one I saw that was funny? Breaking Bad, if it was Balenciaga. Did any of y'all see that one? So weird, dude, but Funny. Yeah, they took the Yucatan and a bunch of other territory in a war with Mexico. Mexico is a super modernized, super liberal democratic republic, and they're getting steamrolled by the American Empire, constitutional empire. A great composer stopped in our country on our current tour and decided to stay for a while. Alongside Gioacchino Rossini, Valenzo Bellini, and Giuseppe Verdi, Gaetano Donizetti, saying all these wrong, is considered the most important Italian composer in the 19th century. With around 70 operas, he achieved great fame throughout Europe during his lifetime and was described as a master of bel canto. Born in Bergamo, he first celebrated his great successes in Italy until he looked elsewhere for more favorable conditions for his work due to increasing censorship. Before Donizetti, comic operas in particular had enjoyed great success. With Donizetti, the Geschmack changed again in the direction of opera seria. Donizetti's operatic output is extraordinarily diverse and ranges stylistically from a late classical idiom to his early work, which still shows influences of Simon Mayr and Rossini, to the high romanticism on the threshold of Verdi, to whom Donizetti owes a lot. Welcome. Can we hire him? It'll cost a lot of money though. No, we can't afford that quite yet. We'll let him obviously perform in our opera hall. We've got 2 of them in Sassari now. New York City is not that developed on this timeline, by the way, folks. DC also doesn't exist. Washington's just some like random little town in Columbia. The capital is Augusta, Maine. It's the capital of the American Empire, right here. A little seaside town in Upper Maine. That's where I believe the French originally colonized in the Americas, so it became the capital. Probably both ways, IMC. A lot of those teams share stuff. Capital of Canada. That's a good question. Bytown. Bytown, Canada is the capital. What's Mexico's capital? It's not Mexico City. Where is it? The capitals alone are very interesting in this mega campaign. Is it in Texas? I have no idea. Honduras. Wow. The capital's been cut off from mainland Mexico. It's a word I can't say, but it's in Honduras. Hold on, where's Brazil's capital? San Luis. Gran Colombia in Ciudad Bolivar. Buenos Aires. Weird. Okay. A traveling composer got along with his fellow musicians on site straight away. The relationship between foreign and resident musicians has not always been easy. It wasn't just national resentment and personal prejudice. Some orchestras could not work with the conducting style of a great conductor. Sometimes the short nature of performances required compromises, for which the guest in turn blamed the local music world. Many local composer or conductor also feel the influence of foreigners would be too great. However, despite all the obstacles, friendships continue to grow. Beautiful person. You know for a fact I can't pronounce anything, IMC. Don't act like you don't know that. I can't pronounce American words. I had a comment about YouTube the other day. Someone claimed I was purposely mispronouncing. Guys, I'm just illiterate, okay? I'm just illiterate. It's not on purpose. I'm just extremely illiterate. I never had a skill in language, ever. Including my own. So, important to underline that. I speak good words sometimes, but that's about it. Like most Toy 4 players, listen, I really like maps, okay? They're really cool to look at. Really like them. From Castal in Idaho. True. In this timeline, I'd be born in one of Spain's colonies. I'd be born up here. In Spanish Idaho. Idaho. Such a beautiful place. But such a horrible place. I'm gonna go to the bathroom as well. I will be right back in a moment. All right, I'm back. Spanish Idaho, indeed. Truly a cursed timeline. Well, at least in this timeline, I would have actually learned Spanish, something I always failed to do when I was younger. So that'd be good. Maybe I'd be a little better at it than I am at English. You never know. Spanish potatoes. Could be worse. You could be Canadian Ohio. Ohio was an independent country briefly after EU4, if you guys remember, before they got conquered by the Americans. Oh man, that would have been pretty funny if they stayed independent. 3 years of Spanish and retained nothing. Yeah, I remember. I mean, I really applied myself to languages when I was homeschooled when I was young. I just wasn't very good at it. When I was in high school, I did enough to pass. I technically took years of German. You'd never know. We already got this one. Donna ZD, I guess, is staying longer. Will I ruin our timelines? Oh boy. I don't remember what their capital was. Portsmouth? I don't think it would have been. A row over a sold-out performance by a great composer sparked a public outcry. On the day of a premiere, a large crowd had gathered expectantly in front of the opera house, which had been sold out for days. Even the composer who appeared could only get a ticket to the black market. However, since the theater employee had sold additional tickets himself, tickets sold far exceeding the number of seats. There were tumultuous scenes in and in front of the theater in which the music was almost completely lost. Those outside yelled to be let in, those inside cried out for quiet. The opening choruses could still be performed, but when the orchestra gave up, which was when the racket really started. Who is responsible for this? Oh boy, we double sold tickets to the, we should probably build another opera house, but we're trying to rebuild the military right now. He immediately left after that too. After some time of stay, a great composer decided to leave. God damn it, we couldn't keep him. I'd be pretty pissed too if, like, you know, the opera hall I was performing at double sold tickets and ruined my performance. I don't blame him, honestly. Fuck. Damn it. We lost a great composer there. I really love this mod. It makes it feel like Civ 5 back in the day. You think Vic 3 will go fast? Yes, it will go pretty quick. It'll go much quicker than U4. We'll be through this probably in 3 or 4 sessions, I'd say. We'll be through Hoi 4 in 3 or 4 sessions, and then Stellaris, I'd say will probably be at least 2 months, maybe 3. Maybe longer, actually. I want to play Stellaris out really long. Yeah, we need to build another opera house. We have 2 in Sassari already. We need to expand on it. Maybe build one in Campania too. Bavaria is importing, ooh, hello, lots of fabric from us right now. Hopefully we still have enough. Yeah, we do. Okay. Let's look at what we're really making money on in terms of trade too. Wheat imports from the Chagatai we're making a killing on, partly because we're reselling. We're reselling tons of grain from the Chagatai to the Americans. And also it's obviously cheap and we don't have to make it. Paper from the Chagatai we're making a killing on, same with fabric. That trade agreement has been such a good economic boon to us. We're really not exporting too much either. Lots of tools. Sumatra. New Guinea. Sumatra. Should be over here, right? Remember my geography right. Sumatra's in Indonesia, I think, right? Probably up here? Yeah, there we go. Southern Sumatra is isolated down here. Let's see. Ah, it's the island that we took an EU for. I see. So what's the deal with Africa? Are you using it for resources and labor, or what's the history? So Africa, I'll go over it very briefly. There was two mega empires here in EU4 when we got there. There was the Takrur, which was massive and owned the western part, and then there was the Oyo, or rather Yorubaland, which contained a lot of the eastern and southern portions. They were massive empires that ended up stagnating at the end of EU4 and became decentralized countries. But we fought several major wars. We fought, I think, 3 or 4 wars with Yorubaland, which were very rough. We almost lost all of them. Takrur were eventually conquered and destroyed by Yorubaland before their government collapsed after the invasion by the British, who destroyed the last of the Takrur and conquered them. And then Takrur actually even colonized. They had land in Brazil and Peru, and the British took that as well, so they collapsed. Nowadays, the Oyo is just like completely decentralized. No one really interacts with it. British have a colony in the western portion of Africa. We work with Somalia very closely. We build up good relationships with their court, and then they actually asked to join our customs union. So they're basically in our sphere right now. Egypt and Britain control kind of the southern portion, and the scramble for Africa has not occurred due to no one having Queen on yet. So, kind of. Oh no. Okay, Bavaria colonized West Sahara. That's bad. But it hasn't really been fought over yet. The scramble for Africa hasn't occurred, so it's pretty just decentralized. It's not really worth like trying to conquer or invest in at this point due to obviously disease, so everyone leaves it alone, including us. The only reason we're involved is because obviously Somalia came to us offering a customs union. Fieldworks. Let's go to breech loading artillery. So our part is we conquered, oh man, I'll cover that briefly too. We actually didn't intend to conquer Africa originally. What happened was all the way back in like the first couple sessions of CK3 in the beginning, when we were still just the Counts of Lagodoro, there was, how did that happen? It was pretty wild. We were in a crusade against the Muslims for the Holy Land in Jerusalem, which we lost. And when we got back with our defeated army, our neighbor, which was like the county over here, got jihaded and invaded by North African invaders from modern day, like it would have been Casa, like right here. There was like this big nation that conquered it. They were too strong for us to fight, so we like maneuvered around them and made alliances with the other counts of Sardinia for a while before we eventually invaded and pushed them out. Then another one of the other, I think, taifas of North Africa directly invaded and crusaded us for Lagodoro. We won. And then obviously after that, our family had a pretty big rivalry of some North African leaders there. So we eventually did invade and took their land and established some direct rule in the region. We originally was just this area, Algiers and Constantine. And then from there, over the course of part of CK3 and then EU4, really, we conquered the rest of North Africa. We never really went beyond that for the most part because we colonized. And then we just weren't involved too heavily with things. We tried to expand south once or twice, but Yorubaland and Takrur were just too strong, so we kind of left it alone, really. And we were also competing in the region with the Pope, who had conquered modern-day Libya, and he conquered part of modern-day Morocco, which we actually conquered a lot off of him. So we competed really in Africa, ironically, with the Papal States, so pretty interesting. We weren't really involved beyond that. We never got colonies anywhere else. We went west, and we lost them all, and then we went to Asia, way later. I think for our country, the roleplay, it's just never really been worth it. The coastal regions are very valuable and useful, but like the interior and obviously the other regions are either so destitute, so hard to obviously settle, or so full of obviously malaria and things like that, that our country has just never really felt the need to get too heavily into colonizing it. It's never really been even on our map of priorities in terms of colonization due to those regions, despite us really bordering us, right? Like I always want to play out the realism elements with like obviously the prevalence of malaria and jungle and desert and things like that, and the difficulty of expansion. Our nation and our kings and our admiralty and our army would never really even thought of it as a target, and it won't be until Queen Anne pops up and obviously the scramble for Africa happens. What mod is this? Pearson, this is a grand campaign, so I save translated from CK3 to EU4 and then from EU4 to Victoria 3. I'm also using like 9 mods. I can make a mod list for it. I don't believe I've actually made that. Let me check to see if I did on Steam. I don't think I did. Ironically, I made the Stellaris mod collection, but I don't think I made the Vic one. No, I haven't. I will make that this week if you want to use the mods. The main thing though is it's the grand campaign, so it's a radically different world because we've been playing since 1066 and save translated. We're already basically 800 years in, so the map looks completely different. And I did throw on a couple mods too. Yeah, it's a lot of fun. Grand campaigns are super cool. It's weird to be streaming it. I've like, when I streamed the grand campaign in the past, I had like 2 viewers, and before that I did in single player. And for me, they always made sense because I played them since the beginning. But now like, people will have no idea what's going on, obviously, because it's so crazy. And like, you know, every time someone doesn't know what's going on, it's like, you know, a 20-minute explanation to do it right, because especially in a roleplay game. I need to figure out a way to do that for the next one. Like, what I really need to do, I think, is make like recap videos at the end of CK3 at EU4 and then Vic 3, so people know what's going on. I think I need to make recap videos. That'd make a lot of sense. Be easier to get into things in the middle too. The reactionaries have expressed their concerns about government decisions clearly favoring the interests of business interests. Reactionaries are in the government with us, I believe, right? Or they're very, at least, no, they're not. They don't like us very much either. And we said that they actually would be Torres supporters, so we wouldn't like them. So we'll go ahead and ignore them completely. Reactionaries would be the ones supporting a return for the obviously Torres family, either from the Yemunder line or the Solomon line. So we would very much not like them or want to support anything they're doing. Do you have contacts lenses? No, I need glasses. Funny you mentioned that, Chiefs. I've needed glasses for a while. I'm looking into getting some form of health insurance right now, and I'm trying to get some glasses because I really need them. Funny you mentioned that. I realized recently how badly I need glasses. I had them when I was younger, and I stopped using them. So, ran on the Torres family. Okay. What to rant about though? There's so much that. Tal, you gotta narrow that down, man. You can't just say the Torres family. There's too much to cover. Narrow that down. What part? In what way do you want me to rant on them? In what area? As a Swede? You see, the real reason isn't that the Swedish AI in EU4 rampaged and conquered everything around it. The real reason Scandinavia is so big is it's an offering to the Paradox dev gods to not smite my campaign, to keep it stable. So, yeah, they're very strong. Emperor Adolf III Gyllenstierna. They got very strong in EU4 and they haven't really lost much power. The curse of alcohols. Oh, dude. The CK3 era for Torres' alcoholism was next level. The area of the big ones. Lysandra, the Mad Philosopher, the Great One. Okay, you want me to rant about the glory, like the glory age? What I love about House Torres, which is why they're my favorite family I've had in any mega campaign I've done, which have been quite a few, is just how hypocritical they are. What blows me away is, especially during like that middle period of CK3 and really the end period of CK3, is every one of the Torres monarchs was like incredibly competent while being very capable, but at the same time, the amount of mental illness and drunkenness that accompanied their competence was on a mind-boggling level. Like the consistency that we had, and that I didn't even plan that. I didn't even roleplay it out in the game. I didn't do save edits to make that happen. That was just the course of events. I don't know if alcoholism's hereditary in CK3. It probably is. But without fail, every single time, we got one of two types of monarch. A, we had a competent monarch who was well raised, had no bad problems, and inevitably went crazy or died, and was like a footnote in history besides Solomon. Or we had the batshit crazy, drunken, clearly either like bipolar or schizophrenic, but like 20 martial or stewardship kings of Sardinia who reigned over just like golden ages filled with fear and violence. The hypocrisy that existed within our line in the early days was mind-blowing. Mind you, descended from Judek Andrea, who originally was just this sweet old count of Lagudoro, who was just trying to make friends with his neighbors and like have, you know, a good relationship with his children. Turned into whatever the fuck our dynasty came, a bunch of alcoholic, schizophrenic, sadistic, crazy people. Yeah, just wild. So there's your rant. I find the hypocrisy of that line to be the craziest. I remember someone mentioned like during that time period how like a lot of them like weren't really that like competent, but it's like for the time period what they were doing, they were very competent. It's just that like the fact that they managed to have stable rule with all their problems was just wild, man. Like, can you imagine trying to rule a kingdom, ruling off an island in the middle of the Mediterranean in a medieval era while being a complete drunk and being bipolar? Can you imagine trying to do that? I can't. You know, built different. That's all I'm saying. All right, there's your rant. What is Torda? Torda is an independent Hungarian nation right now. It's a democratic republic. They are completely independent too. They're last of the independent Hungarian fiefs that existed at the end of EU4 and were conquered by the Bavarians. They're the only independent one left. Obviously, it doesn't count. They're not Hungarian, obviously. All the rest of the little countries there, Slovakia, Transdanubia, Banat, Wallachia, all these guys, they're all vassals of Bavaria. So they culture switched? They're Bosniak, and then Torda is, yeah, they're Slovak, you're right. So not technically Hungarian. Serbian, Romanian. Is there any Hungarians? South German, hold on. Zlomanian. Okay, there are some Hungarians left, just not many. Yeah, Torda is Slovak, you're right. Okay. Anyway, back to the game. We are building up all these new barracks to build ourselves a new army. After the fall of the last grand army of Napoleon I, those who did not die in the Battle of Cairo with the Emperor were quickly disbanded by our government after the end of the war because they obviously could not be paid. So it's been a long time since we've had another great army of Sardinia. And this isn't particularly great either, is it? A shadow of what it used to be. We're up to, we're gonna go up to 32 for Navy. I want to get that up to 50. How do we stack up navally? That's embarrassing. That's fucking embarrassing. Shagatai have 150. Britain has 82. Japan has 70. Wow, we need to build up our Navy. This is not acceptable. Yeah, we fell real hard after Napoleon I. It was pretty bad. I'm gonna increase our taxes and we're gonna increase our construction capacity. I think it's well due. Britain was very strong navally in EU4, to be fair. The country that competed with us the most for actual naval strength was Britain, if you remember. Their fleet was just monstrous at the tail end. No, our quality was high enough they didn't. Do you remember that war, the one war we fought with Britain? We're like, what did we go up against? Like 400 or 500 British ships with like our 80 and sunk them every time. EU4 Navy was peak until maybe Stellaris. We'll have a Navy in Stellaris too. You gotta remember that. I'm definitely thinking we're probably going to go with the Distinguished Admiralty trait when we get to Stellaris if we're still going to be playing Sardinia, given the history. I mean, it's not too different to change, you know, naval doctrine to space naval doctrine, right? It's similar. We have been asked to join the Customs Union of Bavaria. We are unequivocally going to say no. We're trying to keep good relations with these countries without becoming obviously subservient to them. Fuck, protective, yeah. France and Bavaria aren't actually hostile, nor is Bavaria and Britain. Bavaria is only hostile with Scandinavia, Castella, and Byzantium. That's interesting, and Chagatai too. To be fair, Bavaria did literally fight against a revolutionary government in Byzantium where they briefly went like revolutionary. So there's a lot of mutual hatred there, isn't there? We have new traits. I don't believe so. You get a pop-up usually when you get them. Nope. He's a very uninteresting and incompetent guy. I hate to tell you, Cheese. I'm afraid he's just like pretty incompetent and uninteresting. Nothing like his father. Which he knows. Yeah, the revolution really put Byzantium down like 3 pegs. Because they lost land to Lombardy and Castella in western Greece. They lost land to the Bosnians. They lost land to the Bavarians. We took Crete, right? They lost a ton of land to the Egyptians and Iranians too. I mean, they lost so much. What did I just see? We could reconcile with Japan if we want to play a very risky game here. The British declared war on the Japanese Empire to take a treaty port in Kanto and to take Chugoku. Japan has hated us since the Civil War, and they do currently hold on to Solomon, one of the Torres heirs. But obviously we aren't really looking to be hostile to them. We've put in a lot of work to reconcile, which has paid off. We could enter this war to fight the British, but we also have to fight the British. And that would put obviously some danger on us. But we're militarizing for a reason. This is a good way to get back in the game and secure potentially a strong ally. I can't decide this. We're gonna have to do a poll for this. All right, folks. Everyone here, you are now members of the Sardinian Admiralty or the High Command. And we're gonna be voting on intervention into British-Japanese War. I'll do a quick poll there. This is a general meeting called in Sassari by the King Napoleon II to meet with the members of his Admiralty and armed forces to discuss the foreign policy choice to join a very dangerous war and to potentially secure another ally in Asia. High cost, but big reward if we pay off. We're also really gonna have a way to come back militarily and gain some modern expertise. We haven't fought in a war consistently in almost 30 years. Warhawks in Sardinia. I never would have guessed. Never would have guessed that. I think obviously, based on the way this poll's going, we're also gonna have to reform the government. We are gonna be incorporating members of the military into our government for this time period as well, given the vote. And we are going to be intervening. Can we not? Diplomatic maneuvers. All right. We'll see what happens first too. The Chagatai might be joining against Britain too. No, Japanese Cascadia. Chagatai are considering it though. We need a bigger navy too. Fucking hell. We'll also need a big army though, because they're gonna navally invade us. Be patient, let it go. I like to think this thoroughly. Our gracious populace seems to pull my vote in answer of war. Indeed. Japan's fearful. They can compete, but it'll be rough. Here we go. With our 13 battalions and 24 flotillas. They're strong, and then there's Sardinian army strong. Increase our professionalism. I don't care the cost. As I said, I don't care the cost. Fuck, that's all we can do. It's our professionalism at. Could be better. Could be much better, but it could be worse too. British damaging relations immediately? Yeah, that's about right. The vote is done indeed. I mean, what will you do after Hoi 4 has ended? Just move to Solaris? Because that would be a huge jump ahead of tech-wise. Yes, I will. I have a plan for that though, don't worry. There's gonna be a very... I've got a plan for the middle, don't worry. It's gonna be fun. A fun, strong word. It'll be interesting. We'll go with that. The jump from Hoi 4 to Stellaris is gonna be pretty wild. I'll say that. I don't want to give away spoilers because it's gonna be pretty interesting. So we gotta obviously mobilize. Is he Italian? Bernardi, where is his forces coming from? Dato. He's from the Japanese HQ, which we don't even actually have. I wish you can transfer generals between HQs. I don't think you can, right? And he's literally useless. We're gonna need to hire a new general in Italy then. Opium addict. Wounded. Syphilis. The fuck is our general staff? An arrogant, syphilis-ridden opium addict, a wounded veteran, and a deceitful politician. What the hell is our general staff come to? This is embarrassing. This is damned embarrassing. What the actual hell have we been doing? Jesus Christ. I'm gonna hire you just so I can fire you. Just to fire you. I know I'm gonna piss some people off, but that's too fucking bad. My God. And a radical liberal who's actually competent, of course. Alright, we're gonna go Nicola Tefuri. He may be wounded, but he's not incompetent. There's more than can be said for everyone else. My God. All right, our admiral's actually competent. I'm going to promote him. And we're gonna patrol the coast of Sardinia. My God, we need a bigger navy though. The way the naval system works in Vic 3 is atrocious too. So we won't even be able to defend our capital from naval invasion because it's ridiculously dumb. I would need 2 admirals for that, and if I split them, we can't fight the British at all. So. Yikes. We're gonna buy some radical Bavarian art for our nobles. I'm sure they'll love it. And I'll never use Vic 3 in a converted game until they at least make the military systems not awful. I'm happy to work with them. I don't like what they currently are. I want to see them improved as well, but I'm not gonna let that stopping me from playing a mega campaign through it. I just don't like Vicky 2. I can't stand Vicky 2 anymore, so I'd rather suffer through this than suffer through Vic 2. All right, let's build up those barracks. European brothers. Clearly you don't remember the history of our country. We have no brothers in Europe. Just enemies and those who will be enemies. The only allies we have ever found are in the East, ever. The only ones who would not betray us. Besides Ruthenia, rest in peace. Ukraine is a shadow of Ruthenia. Those who stood with us against everything until they were nothing. Salute the Ruthenians who died long ago. What's so critical? After playing with the Vic 3 economy system, I can't stand Vic 2, I'll deal with the bad combat. Same here, dude. The eco and the political system in Vic 3 is so much better. I'd rather take those systems being better than a better military system. Vic 2's military system is obviously better than Vic 3, but everything else it's behind on, so I'll deal with it too. The Shagatai are going to declare their neutrality, by the way. We're in this alone with the Japanese. Oh boy! Make or break, folks. Alright, we need some war music. Hold up. Hold up. I know what I'm going to play. It's the one I want. There's two of them. Never forget which. Yeah, there it is. All right, here we go. The first war of Victoria 3 against the British Republic, no less. Under the control of Fergus O'Connor. Charismatic diplomat. Oh, you know what we need to do as well? Actually, hold up. Let's see what you're made of, son. Let's see if he is truly the son of the eagle. I'm just gonna retire him too. Napoleon II has taken direct command. Is that a Dutch civil war? It is. Revolutionary Dutch. What are they politically? A monarchy. Whoa. The old school, like, conservative monarchy is fighting against the current liberal Dutch government. That's interesting. Up. I'm gonna just blow out the speakers in a minute, though. Here we go, folks. Immediately. Like I said, just immediately blow out the speakers. All right, I'm making the call. We're sending the fleet to Asia. Napoleon will defend the home isles. Make or break. We are ripe for invasion, though, I will say. We don't have enough military supplies. No, we do. Wow, okay. The Japanese are winning! The Battle of Takamatsu? I don't know. Something like that. The Japanese are surrounded, but they're winning. Oh, yeah. Get him, boys! General Shinsaku Shibayama. He's a royalist. Experienced defensive strategist, offensive planner, wrathful, and cautious. He is a very good general. What have the British got? General Lopez. He is arbitrary and well-traveled. Not really equals there. Not a matching of military might. So God, you went to DC 2 weeks ago. It's hard in hell. Yeah, DC in the summer is physical pain, man. Don't recommend it. We need more small arms. We need more munitions as well. We'll get there eventually. Living in a drained swamp. Yeah, true. Washington was never supposed to be a city. It was purely political. Not meant for human habitation. Fuck, we're getting sunk. Where are our convoys getting sunk? Gibraltar. Oh, they're gonna navally invade us, aren't they? How competent is their admiral? Let's look at our briefing documents on him. Direct naval commander, demagogue. If we had a little bit of a bigger navy, we could take him on, not gonna lie. We can't right now, though. There's no way. Wait, do they have ironclads? Hold on. We might be able to knock out that navy. Fuck, they have ironclads? Wait, no, steamships in a line? What do we have? We need more ships, though. We can take on this fleet. Oh, I want to knock them out in the strait there. But we need a couple more ships. God damn it. We're building the last of our naval bases. We'll wait until we build a couple more steamships, then I'm going to hit them in the Strait of Gibraltar. We've got a long history with the Brits there. How goes the war in Japan? Ah, the Japanese are losing this one. I could navally invade that, but it'll cheese them and we'll win, so I'm not going to. Munitions, more arms. Arms. We have enough warships though, thankfully. Yeah, they're fucking us up in Java too. Oh no, we're actually knocking them out there. Do they have a fleet here? A tiny one. Admiral Titmus has been dispatched with one warship. Japanese Navy is in the Sea of China. Where's the rest of the British Navy? I'm worried they're just preparing to navally invade us right now, not gonna lie. That's what I'd be doing if I was them. I don't know where the rest of it is. Trolling. There's a bunch in the Bay of Biscay. That's where the rest of our navy is. I wish I lived in the Smoky Mountains. It is really beautiful there. It really is. Oh, you're down in Appalachia. Nice, Svenska. I mean, both Maryland and Virginia were happy to get the land away until Virginia changed their minds. Or the other place for the capital? Where was the other one supposed to be at? America's capital built on a humid, mucky swamp is certainly poetic. True. Here we go. We do any more naval professionalism stuff here? We can't. Can't afford that either. I like this naval mod, but he really needs to work on his balance on it. We should be knocking out their supply lines as well. Yep, we are. Good. That's why I have them in the Java Sea, by the way, folks. When you have forces that are on another continent or in islands from your capital, you have to give them supply by boat and by convoy. So in Vic 3, if you raid convoys, you will knock out the supply for forces, which should be affecting this. Unless they're getting them through somewhere else. I'll show you. I think I did this right. Yep. I think. Is it? No, I can't tell actually. Maybe not. Should be cutting off their supply. Hold on. Are they getting ships through here or anything? They could go around, I guess. Let me try something else. Yep, they're getting it from 2 directions now. That might work. Let's see. We really would technically need 2 naval groups here to cut them off completely. Are the Japanese convoy raiding? Yeah, they are. Okay. If the Japanese raid there and we raid in the north, I think we can cut off their supply. We're going to go all the way to 31 when we've rebuilt. There we go. Move DC to Death Valley. And you need to build like a giant floating dome or something. If we get a big enough navy, I might try and navally invade Normandy or something too, or Brittany. That would be doable here. Although we don't know yet if Napoleon II is a competent commander, with a father like Napoleon I, he definitely want to prove himself and do something like his father did in EU4, so we'll see. Oh, yes, come on. More flotillas. Coal, steel, and tools. I think we can't get any more coal, can we? A bit more in Sardinia. And then tools. When we hit 30 flotillas, I'm gonna send them in to hit the British fleet. We're gonna hit them in Gibraltar. Will we still have that tech advantage? Ooh, Chagatai and the Scandinavia are no longer rivals. That is interesting and worrying. Cracks in the monarchist power block. Yeah, it was the south. They had full power though. Nope. He's really not the best admiral either, is he? Let's see if we have any other options. No good options. Naval commander, wasteful swimmer. He's not much better though, is he? And he's with a church. Certainly not. All right, we're gonna have to stick to what we've got. Why did you choose Hammurabi as your name? Is it because you look like him or something else? I just always liked Hammurabi, the actual guy. So, and I've been known, even before then when I used to play games and stuff and on the internet, I usually went by Hammurabi, just with the I though. Castalla is no longer rivaled with us. New Norway is revolting against the Americans. That is not happening. Oh, hello. Japanese Navy in the English Channel. Off the coast of Brittany. Did they win the war yet? No. The British are navally invading though. Yeah, Britain lost Shikoku, their treaty port, and they're trying to naval invade again, but they're getting pushed back. Oh, big. How much longer? Oh, God damn it. I think we probably need to get the rest of the ammunition. Small arms. The Japanese are navally invading Britain. They are getting slaughtered on the landing in southern England, but oh my God, they actually tried. Shogun Morihiro Yusugai is personally leading a landing in southern England. Holy shit. Uber-based Japan, what the fuck? He just lost like 50,000 men in that assault. You gotta respect that, man. We have rifling now too, that's big. Wow. He was almost shot, but thankfully it deflected off his giant steel balls with a radius of 5 feet, so he's fine. He survived the landing. I can't look away. They got slaughtered though. He went in with 100,000 men, by the way. Fucking ridiculous. Holy shit, they even fall Panther. Japanese invasion of southern England was not on my grand campaign bingo card for victory, I'm gonna be honest. The change in large-scale production from smoothbore muskets to rifles in the arms industry in Tuscany has ushered in a new era for small arms production in Sardinia. Beautiful. Let's go towards repeaters. You cut the bullet out of the air like an anime scene? Sounds about right. A naval base in Grand Columbia? Huh. You know, so might as well get an admiral there. No, because it'll just be a waste. They'll be stuck there. Did Lombardy take part of the Balkans? They did that back in EU4 during the gangbang of Byzantium in EU4. They took that. So did Castalla. They took Epirus. Yeah, Britain pulled their navy out too. Britain has to have a fleet somewhere. What the hell is it? People have been complaining about the difference in living standards between us and our neighbors in Grand Columbia. Yeah, they're lying. They're lying. It's not better over there. Wow, is the British fleet not even deployed anymore? There's one. Maybe South Africa. Yeah, that's where their fleets are. They're way bigger now too. They white pieced it. We didn't get a chance to use our navy. We raided a bunch of British ships, allowing them to win the war in Japan, after which the Japanese emperor put an entire army of 100,000 men onto his fleet and navally invaded southern England. After losing 50,000, they entered into peace negotiations and white pieced. We just watched that. We were barely even involved. God damn. What a fucking war. They've got a new president too. Henry Newdigate. Look at his eyes. He was there in the landing. You can tell. Look at those eyes. You know for a fact he was a survivor of the battle of, I don't know English geography. I'm gonna go with southern England. Because those eyes, there's nothing in there. He personally saw the emperor cut down 3 British soldiers with his katana. So he's seen some shit. But we have a navy now, at least. We can get into the colonial business again. Emperor Napoleon II, after watching from the sidelines as his Japanese allies won the war, more or less, is now going to be preparing for some colonialism. No idea why it's the Hungarian flag. All right, we haven't looked at Asia in a while. It's about time we do. The Pasai are first on our list. They've got a lot of vassals. It is time. We're back in the colonial game, folks. Been far too long. Giacomo Parisio. And then we'll also hire. We'll go Cordini Palmieri as well. That music down a wee bit too. So in the Navy as well. Oh, the Shagatai might be joining the enemy. If we're not careful, we're gonna start a proxy war between the Shagatai and the Bavarians, which I really don't want us to do here, because all of our economy is built around the Shagatai. But we also need to take some colonies, so let's be careful here. The Second Battle of Hastings? Sure, that's what it would be. The Isle of Wight? No, because if they'd invaded the Isle of Wight, you know they would have taken it. There's no way the English would have known this was coming. They would have landed in, what the fuck's this city here? I don't know. Again, English geography, well. I don't see any town names. That's weird. Portsmouth. Yeah, so it would have been an invasion of Portsmouth, is what it would have been. As much as I'm an anti-monarchist through and through, I cannot imagine getting rid of the Union Jack. It's a very nice flag. This is an ugly flag. Britain went down the dark timeline. The Shagatai have sided with the Pasai. They will be defending Indonesia. Well, we didn't put all this work in the diplomats in Europe for no reason, did we? Time to send a diplomat to Bavaria, I think. We're gonna start a very big war here. Let's see if they say yes. Come on, baby. You know what you want that obligation that you're gonna definitely abuse later. What are we starting here? No! No, 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 no! You fucks! It's because we offered the French something. Oh no. We fucked up. I might want us to stand down here. We gotta be real careful. Their navy's so fucking big. Ah, I see. We can only do one. We traded the fucking Bavarians for the French. I didn't know that was gonna happen. Can you only give away one war, like one obligation or something? I don't normally do this. I am gonna load the autosave because I want to try something. I think it might be because we offered obligation and not something else. So let me test something real quick. I don't normally like to do these, but on this one, I think this is a mechanical thing. Because there's no way we would just, like, obviously go with the French instead of the Bavarians, given our relations with them. Can we get the Chagatai into the war? We could actually sway the Chagatai, but we're not going to do that. All right, let's offer obligation to the Bavarians again. Okay. And then I want to this time offer like a puppet or something to the French and see what happens. Actually, do we have enough? 56, that'd be 20. No, that's not worth it. We'd have to fight with just the Bavarians here. And no one else will join. Okay, they just left again. What the hell? Is it bugging? What the hell? Oh, god damn it. It's fucking, I think it's bugged. We'll have to stand down if not. That means we can't colonize in Asia. They have interest fucking everywhere though, look at that. We're gonna get mechanically fucked here, aren't we? I don't know what to do now. That's fucking annoying, man. Star Wars? No. I don't think so. No. It's old classical music. John Williams just took very heavily from it. I think. Let me check. Yeah, no. This is not Star Wars. That's fucking annoying, man. This doesn't make any sense though. Given the good relations that we have with the Chagatai and stuff like that, I'm gonna restart this peace agreement. I'd fight this out with them if we could actually get an ally, but it's gonna bug on us, so we're gonna do the other route. We're gonna bribe the Chagatai. That's fucking annoying. I wonder what the hell is causing that. Does it like just switch? I don't know. We'll do it this route then. 36 would leave us 30. We could still take territory, I think. Let me test something. We're going to offer the Chagatai, the Pasai as a dominion, and we're going to take a bunch of their territory if we can. Or basically we would partition the region with... Nope. Okay, we can't even do that. Try this one more time. See if this works. I could just save edit it, but I don't really want to. Because it says that they want one, right? This would be an interesting war too, even if we lose it. Okay, now they're going to. The fuck, man. Now the French might join the Pasai. Yeah, this needs a rework. I really love the diplomatic play system, but it's so ridiculously unbalanced. All right. We're essentially going to partition them then. Oh, look, it should be like right here. Is this bugged? Delian. Oh, they have Delhi. Okay, I see. Man, Northern Sumatra. And that's it. Wow. Okay. I don't know if this is worth it, but we're going to go for it anyway. We're already into it. I don't want to just pull back for no reason, so. Fucking ridiculous. So roleplay wise, what this would have been is our government basically preparing for war with the Pasai, the Chagatai intervening and threatening to go onto the side of our enemies, and us brokering a deal with them to essentially split Northern Sumatra. So they'll become the overlord of the Pasai, and we'll take land in Aka and in northern Sumatra is the deal. So we both say working together, but we're obviously giving them a bigger piece of the pie here. They're getting more out of this. So we're kind of stuck dealing with them and giving them more. That makes sense. We're very friendly with each other. So, and they're no moral force in Eastern Europe, Eastern Asia. I can assure you of that. So, all right. I would much rather we had a war between us and Bavaria and the Chagatai, but this will work, I guess. Unfortunate. Yeah, it likes to get involved in random stuff that doesn't make any sense. AI need a lot of work in this game. Oh my god, no. That we cannot afford. Alrighty. Napoleon will get his day here. Hold on, you're supposed to be up here. God damn it. Alright, we got ourselves a colonial war. It should be very short. We're gonna give away a lot of Sumatra, though. We are gonna fight this out, though. This will be a chance for Napoleon to essentially just deck on a very under-equipped army to get some experience. Beautiful. Austria-Hungary really is interested in South American politics. Yeah, Vicky 3's AI and the interest system is, again, I really like it for the core of it. A lot of Vic 3's features just, like, I think, look a lot worse and act very badly because the AI coding was so atrocious. And obviously there's only so much they can do before launch, but they could have done more. Repeaters. Well, he's not incompetent, but he is decking on a bunch of, like, random tribes in Indonesia, so that's better. Yep, great concepts for execution. Name of the game for Vic 3. We're getting pushed back there. It is, but it was especially bad for Vic 3. So we have dynamite. Shrapnel artillery. Absolutely. Have a very good evening, creativity. I hope you have a good night. Appreciate that, man. Oh, the US broke their trade agreement with us. I have no idea why. They have so much infamy. Shouldn't we be angry with them? Napoleon has pushed them all the way north. We're going heavily into debt right now, but we got to keep the economy going too. Fuck, we need coal. We need everything. Which is why we have to fight these colonial wars right now. He's a political operator. Nice. He has a knack for politics. He's getting better. He is improving across the board. Maybe he'll turn out to be not a complete Napoleon III here. That'd be nice. Akka is very valuable, though. We're taking a very valuable piece of Asia. There we go. God damn it, Somalia is importing iron. What do you think of the radio between the people who watch the stream and the people who chat on the stream? I know it's very, I think it varies. I'm not too sure, COD, actually. I know, personally, when I watch Twitch streams, I don't say anything 99% of the time. I've usually just got a stream on, like, my other monitor while I'm doing something, just listening to someone I like, and I don't ever really talk. So I think that's a lot of Twitch, really, is people just hanging out, doing something, having a stream up on their other monitor, or, you know, while they're doing something else. That's what I use it for. I think people who chat often are really, actually, usually the rarity, rather than anything else. Yes, we are protecting iron with tariffs, it's just not doing enough. We adapted or reformed to protectionism because of iron, actually, but it's not enough. All right, this war is just about over. Nah, I've seen if we could fuck the Shagasai, but we can't here. We're gonna have to give everything. Alrighty. A very quick war. We secured broad swaths of territory in the north for the company, in Akka and in northern Sumatra. And in exchange, The Chagatai puppeted, who'd they puppet? The Pasai, I believe, right? Yeah. Which is basically nothing now. Yeah. So essentially, all Chagatai really got out of that was vassalizing southern Cambodia. That's what they got out of it. And they have Delhi as a vassal because Delhi's a vassal. Now they're a vassal. So we took a lot of territory. We took all of southern Sumatra, we took Aka, and we took northern Sumatra as well. So the company almost, I think, more than doubled in size in that war. Very successful. Very successful. Wonderful. All it took was a showdown with the Chagatai. Definitely worth it. Isn't it chat more often in smaller streamers, or if I'm not doing something else that requires much attention? That's fair. Same here. Come have this chat to hear bedtime stories. There you go. That'll work, I guess. You lurk on big streams? That's true. If it's small, I might talk a bit more. I think it's same here. Same. Work on our professionalism. Actually, hold on. We really need money, don't we? Hold on. We gotta chill a little bit here. I'm a little too gung-ho and trigger happy at the moment. Our economy. Got max taxes too. Radicalism's just a number. Debt is not just a number. It has interest rates, and I don't like interest rates. Let's pay the government employees less. They'll love that. Wait, the naval equipment costs. Those are killing us. How long do we have those for? Nine months. We have a lot of tax waste, apparently. We need some bureaucratic buildings in Sicily, Algiers, and Tunisia. We actually have enough bureaucratic. Boy. A little rough economically here. Wood deficit's killing us. Actually, not too bad. Where are all our deficit coming from? It's pretty much all construction costs. We might just need to lower our construction. You know why? Because when we conquered those territories, we took construction buildings that we can't afford. Yeah. Yeah, that'll help a little bit. Tahiti, Campania. Yeah. Go to Iran too. There we go. That's better. What's good, Lord Monger Eli? How you doing? What's the state of nationalist movements across Sardinia, Corsica? I'm not too sure. There's no real good way to gauge that. We're going to get more events and stuff for it as we go. The beginnings of nationalism in Italy, but nothing crazy yet. All right. We've got ourselves an okay military now. 31 battalions, 31 flotillas. Not amazing, but we can barely afford that, so we have to go back to working on the economy. Yeah, unrealized taxes is really bad. I think we just need more bureaucratic buildings there, right? I know Sicily was really bad. We could use more institutions, to be fair. It'd give us a good chance to do that. Let's increase our national defense investments. How much will that be? We can do another, actually. We'll work on... We'll increase our law enforcement levels as well. And we'll increase our colonial affairs. Check your production missions. They change after the war. You're very right. And Akka specifically is what we want to look at. yet. Actually, let's just get rid of the barracks there. We don't need an army from the colonies. That's what the Carso-Sardinian company is for. Actually, can we transfer the territory of the Carso-Sardinia? Did I turn the mod on for state transfer? No. Okay. I'll do that in the save edits for next week. I'll transfer all this land here to the company. I won't do it today because I have to go like out and change a bunch of settings to do save edits. So we'll do that next week. All this territory knock and stuff is going to the company. Construction costs don't exceed your income at the moment. You could just pause construction for a while, but the construction is paused. Yeah, I'd really prefer not to do that. I think we're just going to try and get our economy to outscale our debt. We'll go that route in our deficit. It's time to really work on the economy again after a successful colonial war. How's our government doing? Heavily contested. We have no better options though. Young Napoleon, or not young anymore, he's 30 something, right? Yeah, Napoleon's not very popular. The deeper you're going that, the harder it is to do that because of interest. From exactly even to halfway through the red is about 10 to 20,000 income. Our interest payments right now are only 4.4 thousand, but that's still significant. It can be much worse. I've seen interest rates in games I've played get up to terrifying numbers. Deficit spending is not always a bad thing. It's just about balancing it and like timing, like what you're doing. There's times where you can be in debt and there's times where you really should not be in debt. We're going to lose around 10,000 in expenses very soon here in 6 months. We'll lose an over 3,500 in 20 months. So really we're kind of only running around 15,000 in deficit right now. How long is the stream going on? 12 hours or more, please. No, we'll probably go for max and ever, probably hour or so. Been a long week, guys. I'm pretty tired, I'm gonna be honest. Tired. Our economy is looking very good though. Look at that growth. A little colonial spike there. We've had promise. Do you see what happened to William Dunn Friday? Yeah, it fucked up. I couldn't be there sadly. I had a thing last minute. But I know there was a save compatibility issue. I got told from the other GCs though that they have a stable version of the game though, which is good. So should be able to continue hopefully. Could do another consumption tax. That is an option. We can get the... We don't need to be lowering our quality of life anymore, though. That's the problem. We spent a fortune on paper. Maybe that's what's causing it. It's not helping. Could definitely use some more paper. God damn, the amount of paper our bureaucrats are going through is pretty insane. Yeah, we're gonna need to build more for them, actually. It's that bad. Build more paper mills in Abruzzo. And then to supply that, we'll build a couple more sulfur mines. Calabria. Don't do consumption taxes. You have 47.5 thousand. You need 100 wood. Or 3,000 in wood. Yeah, we need more wood too. We're gonna have to make it. I hate making cheap resources. Ooh, more coal in southern Sumatra. Hold up. Before we do anything else, let's get that coal. And then we will get more wood. Apula. Yeah. And then we'll do a little bit more in Tuscany. Railway up in Tuscany. So Tuscany, Sardinia, Campania, Sicily, and Tunis are our really like big industrial hubs right now. Oh, I know. I'm trying not to metagame Reaper. I know how to sit here and min-max this economy to blow it up overnight. I don't want to do that. I'm really trying to do a more realistic, balanced economy as we go. Metagaming in Paradox games is easy. Metagaming in Victoria 3 is ridiculously easy, but I'm not going to do that. I'm finding a balance between making us viable and just like outright metagaming. So I really try not to do that, especially in grand campaigns. Unless we absolutely have to. Culture map, sure. God damn it. I wasn't meta when you reached 2,000 in the negative. I consider any RP leader would act on that point to save the collapse economically. We're only at 1,400 of a deficit. The price is not above like 40%. So I don't think it'd be quite that bad. We'd work on it, but it wouldn't be just like, you know, cut every tree you see right now. Gaelic is still alive? Holy shit, Gaelic's still alive from CK3. I didn't realize that. Huh. We're still to English too. Thank you. I actually looked at this closely. Sengoku American? Most of California is Sengoku American culture. That's Japanese American. Andalusian Washington. Hold on! In this timeline, I'd be born Andalusian. Hey, not too far off, but damn, that's wild. Trying to get you around about this for 3 weeks because I need to hear someone write about this. Here we go. The EU5 won't be out until 2025, and the EU4 costs over 200. I mean, the thing is, man, I don't have much to rant about that. I mean, like, EU5 won't be out for a while. I think that's a good thing. I mean, obviously, because, like, I think Europa Universalis has a very special place for, like, EU4 for Paradox, right? Because it made the company. For the developers, they love it because they made a great game. For the executives, they love it because they made, like, ridiculous amounts of money off of it. So, obviously, they want to do it very right. You know, they want to do EU5 right. I would imagine there's a team on it. I would guess that they've been like fully developing it. I would say for probably 2 years, maybe 3. They would probably have like a small group of like 3 or 4 people on it for maybe the last 4 years, like getting the beginning of it. I would guess right now EU5 is like probably about where Victoria 3 was 3 years ago, where they have like a full-on like developer lead on it, I would say, and they've got a team together and they're really working on development now. But I don't think we're going to see it for another 2 to 3 years at the very least. Part of the reason is that they want to develop it right, and part of the reason is probably Vic 3's launch. I would hope and I would imagine that Vic 3's launch has made Paradox really reconsider how they launch games in terms of completeness and quality, because I mean, they made a lot of money off of Vic 3, but they really tarnished their reputation with their fan base and with strategy as a whole. So I think it's a good thing. I don't think we're going to get EU5 for a while, and I think that's a good thing. I'm excited for it. I think most people should be. It's an interesting time period. The mechanics are really cool, but like, I think if anything, it's going to be delayed even longer. I'm going to be honest. And EU4 costing $200 is, I think, hilarious more than anything else. Half the DLCs aren't worth any money. They're basically glorified updates. EU4 like DLC model in the beginning was solid. You got very good DLCs. Sometimes it was questionable in terms of quality, but like at least you were getting like content. Dude, halfway through EU4 DLCs, you were getting updates as like $20, $15 DLCs. Fucking ridiculous. Half of those DLCs in that price is worth it because they give you really cool, unique like upgrades, right? The other half is just updates rebranded into DLC, right? We all know what they are. The new one even. Dominion was a joke, man. Dominion was an update that they sold to us for too much money. Focus trees, I hate. Not only because I think they killed a lot of EU4's development, but also because they were literally just used as a way to monetize like focus trees. They learned from Hoi 4 and how to do that. That shit is disgusting, man. Like, that should be a free update. The fact that stuff got charged for is insane. Now, what should get the full price, for example, is like even Golden Century, which I hated the mechanics for. At least they made new mechanics. Like, you can charge for that. You know, the early DLCs where they added whole new mechanics to the game, that I think as DLC is good. Like strategy games or any game that you get whole new pieces of like features for a game, you can charge a reasonable amount of money for. But EU4's DLCs, and the reason I have no respect for it is what it turned into at the end, which were cash grab focus tree packs. That should be like $2 at max. Fucking crazy. There's your rant. That's about as well as I can do on it. I'm just not super into EU4, EU5 nowadays, so, you know, not too strongly minded on it. I wouldn't mind if they bulldoze over this game if it means EU5 is a thing. I don't blame you. I loved EU4 in the early days too, and I'm looking forward to EU5. What I just hope is that they like obviously take their time with EU5 and launch it properly, you know? I think they realize that they can only get away with so much in terms of rushing out games with no, like, without feature development, right? I'd hope. My God. France has Queen Anne, folks, just a heads up. That's big. France has Queen Anne. Oh man, we need a lot of transportation too. We're gonna have to build a rail network here. We need like 10 things all at once. I refuse not to roleplay railroads, so we're gonna build them in a line. Okay, we'll build 2 big new railway lines in Italy and then in North Africa. We'll expand on our motor industries in Campania. Butchering these words. And we'll expand our steel mills in Campania as well. Campania is really our industrial hub, isn't it, in Naples? Civil War in Lothringia. You are right. Alsace-Lorraine has risen up against Lothringia. They have the Austrian flag for some reason. Kaiser Ludwig von Hohenberg of Alsace-Lorraine has risen up to fight Duchess Adela Obertingi of Lothringia. Oh boy, spicy. The question is, has the top brass learned? And it would not surprise me if they had not. I also worry about that too, Eli. I don't like the executive structure in Paradox. It's so unabashedly the worst kind of corporatism, man. They have a huge degree of separation between the creative portions and the executive portions of Paradox, and the creative is well below the executive, so that's a recipe for disaster, EA style. When you push the creative people out of the room, you're gonna have some problems. Hello. The radical liberals are getting revolutionary about public schooling. In Naples, of all places. They're getting radical. Uh-oh. On the one hand, they're gonna get our whole navy though if they leave. Fuck. How much do you have to fiddle with a converted save to get it to work? By the way, I'd say 30 minutes, but you don't have to do that. I just wanted to be very realistic with my roleplay. So I save it primarily just like the government laws for a bunch of big countries because I want it to reflect properly the roleplay from EU4. It was not necessary though. It would have functioned without that. Oh boy. Alrighty. That's a whole army too, pretty much. I think we've concentrated our navy a little bit too much in one place. We need to build a North African navy at some point. Well, we sure as hell don't have the money for it right now. Oh man. I mean, public schools are pretty popular, but I don't think we'd really want to bend to the will of radicals, obviously. We'd look very bad if we did that. Get the music going again. Here we go. Let's go with some more classical here. For the final part of the stream. World of Warcraft, dude, that game fell so hard. Oh man. Full price game monthly subscriptions at in-game cash shop. They change you to change your name. Yeah. The greed in video gaming has become so sad. That's what happens when it became corporatized. There's very few places and studios out there who don't do that. Try to understand. There's a way to, like, obviously make fuck tons of money and not, like, sell your soul. You know, there is a middle ground. The Americans took California? Oh my god. Emperor Theodore's government has secured California. How the hell did that happen? America's gonna be strong this game. They're steamrolling through folks right now. Indian California only has a port left in Baja. All of California's gone now. Holy shit. Coast to coast, baby. Coast to shining coast. The empire is born. Did you hear one of the community investors for Stellaris is moving to Hoi 4 along with a bunch of restructuring inside Paradox? They realized they hired all these people who were big in certain games of theirs, like Mordred for Hoi 4, but then hired them for not the game they're most familiar with. True, it's fucking dumb. And now they rearranged their internal to have people work on the games that most well known for. That makes sense. Community ambassadors are like half just like content creators who get hired for it to be like public faces that people can hate on less. And then obviously just like folks who are very good with community management. So that makes sense. You know, I like Mordred. He's a cool guy. Belligerent crowds have been getting increasingly provocative when confronted by troops in Nauru. Hardliners and government are demanding tougher responses while droves are calling for troops to stand down at the first hopeful step in de-escalation. We would remember our father's actions on the doorstep of Sassari in the Civil War. Disperse the crowd! New Norway? They actually got independence? Oh my god, they did. Socialist New Norway? Run by business interests? What the hell? Vanguard State. There's a communist government in Bingham, New York. There's a commune there, which the Americans are ignoring apparently. Theodore, you might want to do something about your commune up there in the mountains of New York. Just saying there, buddy. Chairman Ingemar Arum is a Norwegian commune. That's hilarious. All right, we stabilized the economy again a little bit here. Realism, nice. Let's upgrade our art academies. Bourgeoisie patronage, what else? Bourgeoisie opera houses. Looking good. No, but they're moving from community ambassadors to work on projects instead. They must well associated Riff. Oh, he's actually going to be working on the game, not just a community ambassador. That sounds to me like they're just going to give them like more work for no pay. That's what I'm hearing, honestly. How did they get to California, Lord Dante? Probably through like the region in Mexico they've taken, so they can get access to the Pacific now. They conquered southern Mexico and then they spring jumped to California. The gold rush should be happening just about now too, so that's probably why they went after it. Super Cod. You have a recommended mod list for Vic 3 somewhere? No, I recommend you play the Babylon roleplay mod. That's what I recommend. I can look for a link on in a second. Mobs have surrendered an arsenal in Sicily, threatening to seize the arms and munitions stored within. While the guards are staving off attacks for now, if no relief is sent, then the arsenal will fall to insurrectionists. We'll send relief in, send more soldiers in. We have repeaters now too, by the way. On Jean Nicole next. Oh, this is getting to be an issue. We can't bend to the will of these radical leftists. There's no way. This is not the revolutionary republic that existed under Napoleon I. All in paradox, but I do hope that their fall from grace in the growing popular strategy games causes the grand strategy renaissance of sorts. I want to see them I want to see them lose what they call their moat. Paradox proudly talks about the moat they have in grand strategy games, which is code for monopoly. I want them to no longer be a monopoly. I want Paradox to excel and do well, but I think they need competition and they need to actually have to struggle again. So I want to see them lose their monopoly. That would be the healthiest thing for strategy games that could happen. I hope that they do very well after and are a very profitable, very wealthy company, but one that is not operating without any competition. We are going to lose so many of our soldiers, though. You get paid depending on your job title and what you do with the, for what game. I see. Paid depending on your job title and what you do for what game. So if they're actually being assigned to Hoi 4 to work on, I assume they're going to get paid more, right? They can talk about the internal level, but it's been inferred that they'll be paid like whoever else works on the project they're moving to. More or less not specified for if you change to Hoi 4, you get paid the Hoi 4 salary. So are community ambassadors just being gotten rid of entirely, Reaper, or are they just shifting some people to work on games and replacing them with other community ambassadors? General Corradino Palmieri noted several unrests in southern Sumatra has proposed using the army to suppress agitation. While his political allies support him, there's a heavy risk to following his plan. Fire? We're not going to be a weak king. We will be many things, but not weak. No, but the people I asked told me exactly what I'm saying. Oh, okay. I don't think anyone else will step in. Someone already is. Hanged Horse is already trying, and they're actually doing a very good job, I think. I think if they play their cards right over the next 10 years, they'll be in good shape. Oh man, we need a lot more paper. Even more paper routes. Paper routes. Paper factories. We'll make a Brutso. Really, just a paper producing hub. No one to import it from, so. Reaper is actually a paid assassin by Paradox Interactive. He is currently sitting on a house around like 100 feet behind me back there with a sniper rifle, talking in chat. If I say anything too bad against Paradox, I get a bullet in the back of the head after my stream connection magically disconnects. So, just to clarify. Dissidents in Sardinia's eastern Sahara have announced plans for a major march around government offices in the near future. While they profess peaceful intentions and claim everyone will be unharmed, the march itself will obviously serve as a rallying point for those unhappy with the government. Stop that march? Absolutely not. Oh boy, we're going. I'm not gonna stop the Civil War, by the way. This opens the door for some fun stuff. That is why I can't say more, because I don't know more. Paradox put it so you will only be vague at best, so internal details are generally only known by people working internally. Which is a shitty business model, because you should be allowed. Oh boy. Shit. He is on that building. God damn it. Here we go. All the schooling too. That's what's going to start the Civil War. We're not going to give concessions either. Napoleon II is a very, in my mind, a very insecure, corrupt man. And he knows if he starts to give concessions, he'll have nothing. Look how badly he's balding too. Jesus Christ. So we're gonna go all in here. He'll struggle to win this war too, I think. No, I'm not gonna do that. I'm very happy where I am. Thank you though. It's nice request. Oh fuck, we can't produce shit in Sumatra. Yeah, we have no construction efficiency. No more coal for us. True. Next they're gonna be asking all sorts of questions they shouldn't, like, I'm a woman, why don't I have rights? Can you imagine? That's not my Sardinia. We gotta own the libs. We're owning the libs here. By not giving them education or rights. It's the way to do it. One of the king's trusted ministers, Benedetto di Renzi, has been abducted by rebels and spirited away to a hidden location. The rebels have declared that di Renzi will be executed if the government does not offer them a ransom. See? Bunch of goddamn terrorists! He'll be a martyr. We could send the army. Army or martyrdom. We'll send the army. See if we get it. The trade unionists. Fuck, we have trade unionists now? You gotta be kidding me. Yeah, we do. How many do we have? Oh, that's political strength. 91,000 trade unionists. And we have 70,000 radical liberals. How many liberals do we have? Regular liberals, we have 53,000. Bureaucrats in the church, and then the professional interests are the biggest by a lot. It's only slippery when you aren't hired by a big corp who wins the court case in freedom for you. Also, if you're on record, bold to assume they haven't wiped me from the history books. Oh boy. Were you the one who tried to stop focus trees in EU4? Reaper, be honest. Was it you? Oh, Jesus. Here we go. 46%. A minor member of the Sardinian nobility has been assassinated by revolutionary forces in his estate in Malta. The surviving members of his family are demanding reprisals. Too bad. Yeah, we have stuff to deal with. Oh, boy. We might be about to see another full-blown civil war again in Sardinia. It's been only, like, what, 60 years since the last one? Something like that. Last, actually, I think 40. 50? Something like that. Early 19th century. Rain from the Bavarians. There's no one to buy wood off of. Fruit to the Bavarians. We are going to need that sulfur. No reason to export that. Hold on. Let's go to the song. This is too dramatic. This does not fit the mood. Light dramatic is good. Over dramatic too much. Yeah, what's up, Tall? We're almost done here. I'm trying to wait till the Civil War starts to end. %. Radical liberals. Oh yeah, Civil War. They're demanding that we start educating poor people, Tall. We can't have this. It's not what our government stands for. Opportunistic members of the professional interest that defected to the agrarian populist cause. That's a revolution, by the way. The professional interests are a huge portion of our political power. Fuck them! Screw them! We don't need them. We have the military. Same as always. Ooh, we got recon balloons as well. And you get one free rant about Paradox. I'll miss the shot if you remove this message in my last, but quietly reading it. Oh, here we go. I missed your message, actually. And if you fight too hard against Paradox, you might end up worse than dead. Oh boy, what's worse than dead? About your life to a company that you hate, who is the only reason you're not thrown in the hole to rot and forced to spread their agenda. This is all purely hypothetical, of course, but overlords, Paradox are nothing but kind to me. And you, if you continue, Ham. Oh boy. I ran on Paradox. I ran on Paradox enough as it is. I think we're good. It's pretty obvious, all the many things wrong with them. Is it going down? God damn, make up your mind. Are you going to revolt or not? See, this is why we shouldn't educate poor people. They're too indecisive. What'll education give them? Absolutely nothing. You're just gonna complain louder and be indecisive even more. We can't have that. It'll make us as weak as the Bavarians. Our father didn't slaughter hundreds of thousands of Spanish, hundreds of thousands of Italians, and nigh on 1 million Egyptians just to give this country to the liberals he originally took power with. It's unacceptable. Unacceptable. It seems that the bureaucratic interests are determined to extract concessions from the government during the moment of crisis. And we refuse to bend, they threaten to throw in their lot with the revolution. As I said! Mass arrests. We're gonna imprison all of them! Even if they run our country. Imprison all of them. I prefer victory over Vic 2. Yeah, definitely. Look what they're trying to take from you. Look what we have built. Here we go. They're trying to cancel me. They're trying to cancel all of us with their liberal ways and the demand for human rights. I won't have it. My friend in Savoy, Elon Musk, agrees with me too. A well-known philanthropist and plantation owner. Unacceptable. And we still have a lot of debt, don't we? My God. Our economy has been such a roller coaster. I mean, one of the reasons we have so many people ready to revolt is probably like the ridiculously high taxes that we currently have. It's fine. We're building a new railway line right where like all the rebels are too. It's fine. We're definitely not giving them more ability if they revolt. A group of revolutionaries has carried out a robbery of Sardinia, state bank in Abruzzo. A significant amount of money was stolen and redirected into revolutionary coffers. Increased security around banks. No respect for law and order. No respect at all. They really can't decide if they're going to revolt or not, can they? Y'all just see that shit? The Norwegian communists are having a civil war. Oh my God. Chairman Ingemar Arm is having to defend against the revolution from Grand Prince Austin Arneson. The fuck is going on in the commune? Dude, I love the new Norway timeline. The fuck is going on in that country? There's actually a lot of them though. There are like almost like 250,000 of them living there, to be fair. And I guess they have the protection of the British government because Britain's gotten involved. Ridiculous. This music's too dramatic. Hold on. on. This is not the time for this level of dramatic music. Something else. We'll go with lighter dramatic music. Here we go. Yeah, that's better. Is it a monarchist commune? That's a very good question. No, just a monarchy. Regular old monarchy, I think. Yeah. Yeah, they're very conservative. Yeah, true. Monarchist, like, collectivized farmers would have been way more interesting. He's just the first farmer, all right? He's the first among farmers. The first among laborers. Have a very good night, Svitska. I'll see you around. Good to see you. All right, I was trying to wait until this revolution's like ends for us to end stream here, but I don't know if we're getting one or not. Every man a king, true. Okay, I think they're gonna go. God damn it, stop teasing me! I'm not gonna lie, we're getting a pretty heavy cock tease from the fucking liberals right now. Are you gonna revolt or are you not gonna revolt? It won't go past 60%. Can we piss them off more? We need more porcelain. Can probably make some, actually. Yeah. Ceramics. Oh, we have paper bleaching now, too. We should have enough paper. Big. Fuck. Independent opera house as well. Modern telescope. Build that in Sassari. Actually, we probably have it in North Africa, wouldn't we? It's really good viewing of the stars in the desert there. GDP has the great powers. Let's look. Oh my god, look at the Chagatai. That is monstrous. We're getting outcompeted economically. Wow. The US hasn't grown a lot? No, because they're more focused on imperialism right now. You're just eating parts of countries wholesale. Hard to develop an industry when you're just militarizing your whole country. The professional interests have written a manifesto demanding the government take action concerning sessions in order to protect the public welfare and preserve liberty. If not, they hint that more drastic actions will be taken. Fuck them. You do whatever the hell you want to. We're gonna fire on you with the rest of them. Yeah, guys, just a reminder, we might be going to space as the Chagatai and Stellars. I'm not reading the comments. At least we don't lose stability. It's always good. For real. To your manifest destiny. You know what? I'm going to save it at a revolution. We're going to end here for the day. I'm pretty tired. I want to stop stream. I got to stream in the morning as well, too. So we're going to end here. I am going to start that revolution with save edits. So next week, we'll be starting with a civil war with the radical liberals, the trade unionists, the agrarian populace, and the socialists declaring an independence, a war against our current government, which could topple it, including Napoleon II. So we will end here for today. I'll be streaming tomorrow morning, multiplayer grand campaign, and then we'll do some Hoi 4 in the afternoon. So there's anyone to raid. Anyone still around doing anything? I am very tired right now. Nope. No one really. I don't want to go look for someone. So we'll end here. I'll be back tomorrow at 10 a.m. EST, and then I will go all the way till around 4 p.m. in the afternoon. So hope everyone enjoyed. I'll catch you all later.